amid shortages and bans.
Welcome to
Gaza's
At Truth
residents
Talks
are
Live,
finding
where facts
new
hit
ways
different.
to survive.
This is your home for innovative,
turning the
no-filter
ways-
TV, where your voice isn't ignored. It drives the conversation. Start your mornings with Morning Mic Drop, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. It delivers raw, unfiltered world news that actually matters. Then stay locked in for live trial coverage of the most controversial cases in America. No spin, just the facts.
For our true crime family. Catch Reasonable Doubt or Southern Sin where crime hits different, and the details go deeper than Dateline or CourtTV. And every night at 8 p.m., it's Truth Talks, a bold, multicultural talk show breaking down everything, from pop culture to politics, with voices that don't hold back. Real news, real talk, real voices. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because when we go live, you don't want to miss it. At Truth Talks Live, a channel where your voice and facts matter.
Where there's been slack of immunization and vaccination program. Now the government has taken this very seriously and started emergency drive with the help of the UNICEF and World Health Organization. Immunization program and vaccination has started in 30 sub-districts where the infection rate is high, and it will start in most of the urban areas by 12th of April and nationwide by May 3rd of this next month. Most of the victims are usually around age of 5 to 9 months old. Many of them died because of complication and secondary infection by pneumonia. This has been taken very seriously, and the government has made special drive and dedicated hospital to treat the patient and start the emergency vaccination program and reduce the number of infection across the country. Tanvir Chaudhry, Al Jazeera, Dhaka.
Going to return to our breaking news now. These are live pictures out of Istanbul, where a large police presence is clear to see for all there. We understand that gunshots have been heard near a building housing the Israeli consulate in Istanbul, Turkey. Obviously, it houses that building, many other businesses as well. We do not have any confirmation at this point in time if anyone has been killed or injured in this, but we can confirm that gunshots have been heard outside a building that houses the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. Obviously, we see a heavy police presence there, as well as several ambulances standing by on the outskirts of that scene. We're not exactly sure where in Istanbul this is, but we do understand that it is at a building that houses the Israeli consulate in the city. As we pan across there, we see several people
Truth
standing
Talks.
by, looking on
Breaking
there.
news.
Notice at least 3 or 4 ambulances. Obviously there, as I said, a heavy police presence, multiple police officers responding to these reports of gunshots there. As I've mentioned, we haven't got confirmation at this point in time if anyone has been injured or killed there, but we do understand that it is in the heart of the city of Istanbul. So just confirming once again that at this point in time, we know that gunshots have been heard outside a building that houses the Israeli consulate. We can't confirm anything more at this stage.
Hi, I'm Cyril Vanier, picking up our coverage. This is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage here. Now, we are just getting in this footage. This is from Istanbul in Turkey, where we learned a short while ago that gunfire had been heard outside or near a building that houses, amongst other things, the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. We are joined by our Turkey correspondent, Sinem Koseoğlu. Sinem, what do you know at this point? What are you learning?
So far, we have been hearing statements by the Istanbul Police Department in which they said they have neutralized, which means killed 3 people. Also, the Israeli embassy officials informed the journalists here in Turkey that there are no Israeli diplomats residing neither in Istanbul General Consulate building nor in the Israeli embassy in the Turkish capital, Ankara. This is what we know so far, that 3 people tried to open a gunfire and they have been eliminated by the Turkish police. But also I spoke to some eyewitnesses in the area who were just out for smoking in front of that tall building. As you have also mentioned, the area where Israeli Istanbul consulate is located, there are 2 skyscrapers, high buildings, which are known to be the first high buildings in Istanbul, residing so many companies. There are thousands of people working in these outlets, and Israeli consulate is just on the 7th floor of one of those high buildings. And there's a security in front of the building serving for everyone. The eyewitness that I spoke to was telling me that he was just smoking with his colleague, and 3 people came with a car, tried to open a gunfire, and then the security fired them back. And according to the eyewitness that I spoke to, the security told him that one of the attackers just said Allahu Akbar and opened the gunfire. Of course, there will be an investigation opened into this. We will be hearing more from the officials on the Turkish side along with the Israeli side. But these are the initial information that we know so far. But I have to underline that the area is a very busy business district, residing so many companies and thousands of employees. And as for the Israeli officials, there are no Israeli diplomats serving in the consulate building in Istanbul, and no Israeli diplomats on the Israeli embassy in the Turkish capital, Ankara, which means the employees who are inside those diplomatic missions are mostly the locals who are working for the consulate or embassy. Back to you.
Sinem, thank you very much for that. We are trying to establish the basic facts about this story. So I'm just going to go through what you've been telling us. You tell me if I'm missing anything or if there's anything you can add to this at this point. So you've confirmed it's 1 p.m., by the way, in Istanbul, right? So 1 p.m. local time in Turkey. And just in the last few moments, so in the last hour or so, very recently, 3 people opened fire near a building. You've told us this is a very busy commercial district, many businesses across multiple buildings in that area. But 3 people opened fire outside a building that houses the Israeli consulates, and the police and security forces then fired back. Do we know at this point, and I'm not sure if you said this, do we know at this point if the assailants were neutralized?
The scene is exactly as you have mentioned. The area, the flow of the incident is exactly as you have mentioned, and it's been less than an hour that this attack happened. And as per the Istanbul Police Department, 3 attackers were neutralized. They use the term neutralized, which means they were killed by the security or police personnel during the attack. And one of the eyewitnesses that I spoke to said, I saw 3 of them as they opened fire towards the security. They fired back, and I witnessed them fall on the floor, fall on the ground.
Do you know if people were injured other than the assailants?
There is no confirmation, but there is a line that says 1 police officer was injured. We need to confirm that. I have no information. If it's true, I have no information how hard he has been injured. But probably we will be hearing about this very soon as well. But we heard nothing about any civilians being injured so far. But of course, things are very fresh. The incident happened just less than an hour ago, and I'm sure the security officials are also trying to give information as soon as possible. But they try to select the true information. But I must inform that the area has been sealed by the police. There is no entry or exit right now. We are also trying to get to the scene for our reporting to complete our live from the area. But there's a tight security measure around the building where the attack happened.
Yes, Sinem, I understand that you are, even as you're reporting and even as you're live on the phone with us, you're also trying to make your way to the scene of that attack. Can I confirm something with you, that the attack has now ended? We're seeing live footage of a heavy security presence. There's no indication that there's a manhunt underway or that there's an active shooter situation, but I want to confirm with you.
As per the eyewitness and as per the police statement so far, there were 3 attackers who approached in a car, and they were eliminated by the police. But if there is another shooter hiding in a hidden corner or somewhere at the rooftop or whatever, of course we cannot know it for now through the eyewitnesses or the official statements so far that are giving us the scene from the street level. But probably since the area is sealed, the security is trying to confirm whether there is any sleeping agent or any hidden attacker across the area. And we have no information about the ties, what kind of ties these attackers have to which organization, whether this is a terrorist organization or is it an individual attack, or whether these people are marginalized. We don't have any information, any details about the motive, the modus operandi of the attack so far.
Yeah, no indication on motives, no claim of responsibility so far, no indication. It's way too early for that to know what this might be tied to. The Turkish Justice Minister, Sinem, is saying that Turkey will carry out diligent investigations. That's the word he's using, a diligent investigation into this shooting incident. Sinem, can you situate us with the geography here? What part of Istanbul is this in?
The area is called the Levent neighborhood in Şişli district, one of the busiest business centers of Istanbul. The area is full of high buildings, like the one that the Israeli consulate, general consulate is located. And as I have mentioned earlier, thousands of people are working around these areas and these buildings. There are so many national and international companies located there. There are international news agencies in those areas. Also, this is like a transit location. You have the subway, you have the buses, you have the taxi. In terms of traffic, this is one of the busiest areas, especially during the rush hours. And taking a look at the timing of the attack, it was exactly the noontime. By the way, there are the headquarters of some of the biggest Turkish national banks over there. So this is not only a business area, this is also a finance area. And just when you move aside from these areas, you have the residential area. You have the residential area, there are schools around those places, and it's nearly on the side of one of the major roads, or it's not a highway, but it's at the very close to the junction of a major highway. So the area is critical.
Okay, you're explaining how busy the area is, Sinem, for businesses, both local and international, for media outlets, news agencies, financial as well, with many banks in that area. And in those buildings was also the Israeli consulate. Since that is the first information that we got, how close, do you know this at this point, how close were the assailants to the Israeli consulate?
As I have mentioned, the Israeli consulate is on the 7th floor of one of those towers, one of those buildings. And there is a security gate at the entrance of the building. This is a place where most of us go, where there are, as I mentioned, there are other media outlets in those places. That's why we know the area. And there's a security cabin in front of the building, and there's a busy road in front of it. As per the eyewitness statement to me on the phone, they came very close because they were able to fire, open a fire towards the security in front of the building. Apparently, if they were able to, by the way, they have a very tight security in those kinds of buildings. With those guns, would it be possible for them to get inside the building and go up on that floor where the Israeli consulate is located? It doesn't seem logical, but it's an attempt. It's a show that we can come close to you. This is a place you can reach to that building. It's no problem. But would they be able to go up? As I said, maybe they were planning to take some civilians as a hostage. We have no idea about what their exact plan was there. But the plan might have been something that would stop here. 3 people going out there, opening a fire, and they would definitely be killed by the police and security. Because of the embassy, by the way, there is a tight security. There is always police around the area. And there are other consulate buildings, residences in the area close to that tower where Israel consulate is located. So the area is tightly controlled by the police in general, every day.
Okay, this is interesting information, Sinem. You're saying the area is an area that has tight security on it, just as part of the normal security posture in that area, because there are many businesses, banks, and consulates from multiple countries, as you've explained. Since you know that particular building, you explained to us that there are media outlets and news agencies within that building, and therefore you are used to going at that exact spot. How would you describe the security around that building specifically?
Normally, you go through, when you enter the building, you give your ID card, you go through the X-ray, you go through security to go up on the, for the other floors. And there is always a police car in that street, and these are the security measures that are visible. Definitely, when you have a diplomatic mission in an area, as a host country, you have security measures that are visible to the civilians and that are invisible to the others. I'm sure intelligence must also have other measures besides the police, besides the security measures that can be seen. But as I said, since I haven't reached to the place, I don't know whether they had some extra security measures due to the latest tension between Israel, Iran, and United States. But the area, since Israeli consulate is located there, is sometimes seen to angry Turkish people protesting against the Israeli aggression attacks and war crimes committed against the Palestinians in Gaza. And there are usually protests over there, but we haven't witnessed anything like this before in the area.
Sinem, stay with us because I do want to show our viewers pictures that we got a short while ago. This is what we could see a few moments ago. So this shows us that there were people on the ground that were surrounded by security forces. There are people who were injured. Now, remember Sinem's reporting from just a little while ago. She was telling us that 3 people opened fire and that they were then retaliated against, or rather I should say that security forces around the building then opened fire at them. And the word that was used by Turkish security forces is that they were neutralized. So we understand that those 3 people have been killed. Those are the pictures that we are getting in. Sinem, you said something that I think is important context here. There's security, there's visible security around that building and in the area generally, because there are several diplomatic missions in those buildings. And you mentioned, this is of course very true, that anytime you have significant diplomatic presence in a major city or elsewhere, you're also going to have a more discreet security presence. So I'm just bringing that to our viewers. There will be either plainclothes police officers or there will be people on the lookout that won't be obviously labeled as members of the security force or members of police to civilians and bystanders, but there is another layer that is less visible, as Sinem was reporting, another layer of security typically around diplomatic buildings or diplomatic missions. Sinem, tell us, you were reporting a little while ago that there were no diplomats. There are no Israeli diplomats at the Israeli consulate or at the Israeli embassy. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, this is what the Israeli embassy press people just informed us about as soon as the attack happened. They said, we have no information yet, but we have to underline that there is no Israeli diplomat neither in Istanbul General Consulate nor in the Ankara embassy, from which we can presume that the staff that is working right now are the local staff. But I have to correct one thing about what you have mentioned.
Please go ahead.
Yes, we have the Israeli Istanbul consulate in that tower, in that building. As I mentioned, as you go further from those towers, there's a residential area where you have 1-story, 2-story, 3-story buildings, which are mostly like villas, and among them there are many diplomatic missions belonging to the foreign countries that have representation across Turkey. So that's
Sinem, are you saying that many diplomatic missions in the same building or in the general area?
No, in the area, in the very close by area, not in the building. This is what I wanted to correct about what I have been reporting to, avoid any misunderstanding. But having Israeli consulate in that building is, of course, very important because of Israeli policies. Turks have been, as I said, protesting against them in front of that tower for the last 3 years after the war in Gaza started. But we haven't seen any attack like this in that area targeting the Israeli consulate. And of course, from a journalistic perspective, you are not directly targeting the diplomatic mission in that building. You are probably giving a message. I'm just speculating about the situation for now because I don't have much solid data to report, but this is a building with full of maybe at least 100 companies with thousands of employees, and it is almost impossible for you to reach to the consulate office, which is on the 7th floor or something. So we are not sure whether the attack had any other mission to show, any other message to deliver, or whether what the clear message from this attack was, what kind of motivation they had. We have no information. We don't have any information about which group, whether they are linked to any terrorist group or not.
Yeah, Sinem, that is all vital reporting at this point. We're saying what we know, and we're also being very clear about what we don't know. It's 10:20 GMT, so it is 1:20 local time in Istanbul in Turkey. That was Sinem Koscioglu, who is getting to the scene of the attack, which she has told us this is a very busy business, diplomatic, financial, and commercial neighborhood in Istanbul. And about an hour ago, shots rang out. 3 people opened fire. Police opened fire back, responded. And now the Istanbul governor says that 2 policemen were lightly wounded in that firefight. One of the attackers was killed, 2 were injured at the scene of the incident. The governor of Istanbul also says that they used rifles and guns to carry out attack at the Israeli consulate. So this is information coming from the Istanbul governor. And they're also saying that they're working to identify the attackers near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. They don't have that information. CNN was also reporting that we don't know who they are. We don't know yet why they attempted this attack. But what we do know, again, coming from the governor, is that 2 policemen were lightly wounded in the firefight, that one of the assailants was killed and 2 were injured at the scene. Bringing in now Mehmet Çelik, editorial coordinator at the Daily Sabah newspaper. You're joining us, Mehmet, from Istanbul. First of all, just your early reaction to what is emerging.
Well, I think it's a very significant attack, and it's a very sensitive matter given the situation in the region and, of course, the rising sentiment against Israel, be it through the Iran war, be it through the Gaza situation or Lebanon or elsewhere in the region. But nevertheless, I think when we think about this motivation behind this attack is to perhaps damage the Turkey's prestige that has been elevated as part of this war period as a safe and stable place in the region. And I think, when an attack like this happened, the first thing that comes to my mind in this region is that who would this attack benefit? And it is definitely not, of course, Turkey. And those who would benefit from this should be, I think their motivation will be better understood and what they're trying to do with this attack.
Mehmet, I'm not sure I follow the logic of attacking Turkey's prestige, because if that were the case, one assumes that a target that is more closely linked to Turkish decision-making or Turkish centers of power would have been favored, and that doesn't appear to be the case at this early point.
I will say it in this framework. Turkey, I think, has been trying to promote that it is trying to keep away from this war in the region and provide itself as an alternative in many different levels as a stable and a secure place. So one motivation could be to damage its prestige. The second could be to drag somehow Turkey into the fire. A third could be, trying to damage somehow Turkey's reputation or Istanbul's reputation as a diplomatic mediator city, given many of the mediation efforts have been held here. So there's several, of course, factors that this attack has targeted. It is not just simply one to put a position against Israel's actions in the region. There's to understand the outcome of this, we need to look at who could be benefiting from this, and it's definitely Turkey's side will not be benefiting from any of this attack, and those who perhaps have an interest in dragging Turkey into the fire, damaging its reputation, could perhaps be the actors behind this attack. But all of these are simple speculations at this point, as there hasn't been any solid and tangible details emerging so far. The fact that 2 of the attackers are captured alive, I think it's a big point, because then it could lead us to the source of the attack through the information that could be obtained by the security officials through these 2 attackers.
Mehmet, what is the threat landscape in Turkey at the moment? Because the country has come under armed attack before for various reasons and from various groups. Before today, if I had asked you an hour ago, before what is emerging, this attack in Istanbul, if I had asked you what's the threat level in Turkey right now, what would you have said?
I think the threat level would have been low, but with the realistic approach that the region itself is undergoing a huge, risky, and also a transformative period. So, of course, everyone is on alert in the region. If we were to talk about traditional terrorists attacking Turkey, be it the PKK or related groups or Daesh, that level had been minimized. One, Turkey's effective cross-border operations and infiltration through Syria or Iraq, they were minimized, and Syria itself is also, as a source of that terrorism, is now going through a new transformative period. So that level was minimized. But of course, when we look at, the missiles, for example, being thrown from Iran, that level was already there, but all those missiles had intercepted. In terms of what Turkey was facing previously through terrorist attacks in the cities, that has been, relatively quite calm, and people have been actually they had understood that that threat has been minimized, be it along the border cities or in the metropoles like Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir, because Turkey has not only effectively countered these terrorist threats, Turkey is also is going through this terror-free Turkey initiative, which is trying to minimize the effect of terrorism within Turkey and as well as in the wider region. And they have been, talking to the PKK and affiliate political groups to end this war, and the PKK had also announced the dissolvement. So that threat level realistically has been minimized, but also the perception about that threat has also been minimized too. So that alertness is perhaps still, it's still very low. And I think this significant moment regarding the attack today, I think it should be considered separately, aside from the overall threats that Turkey had faced over the decades.
So just bringing you this information, the governor of Istanbul says the police are working to identify the attackers near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. Do you have any insights on how the early stages of those investigations typically unfold?
Well, Turkey is very good at technically unfolding the incidents very quickly and speedily, but I think at this point to speculate who could be behind this in terms of naming a terrorist group or a certain movement, etc., that would be too early to talk. As far as the information I have, but nevertheless, the know-how is very advanced in Turkish security institutions, and Interior Ministry is very effective in that. When an attack takes place, they're easily able to track back or trace back where it came from, given the intelligence or the logistical infrastructure behind these intelligence infrastructure. So it will come out in the end, in the very, I would assume, in the next.
You know what? Let me bring you the very latest information that we have. All of this is happening live, of course. We're getting a little bit more information because the Turkish Minister of Interior has been speaking. He says that attackers had links to organizations, or rather links to an organization that, quote, exploits religion. He also says that 2 of 3 attackers in the Istanbul shooting were brothers. So the information we had was that 1 of the assailants had been killed, 2 were injured. We're also learning now that 2 of these 3, according to the Turkish Interior Minister, were brothers. And just to repeat this, I don't know what you make of those words, that attackers had links to an organization that, quote, exploits religion.
Well, I think that's a very good way to explain. When we look at terrorism, they need to attract their followers by exploiting something. What could that be? Sometimes that is religion, and sometimes that is an ethnicity. Sometimes that could be an ideology. And religion in this part of the world has been exploited very much to be used as an instrument to gather or to enrich their influence area for the terrorist groups. And we know that happened with Daesh, for example, in our region. We know through ethnic differences, this has been also used as an instrument to gather or to get more followers through PKK terrorism, for example. So religious movements are perhaps, or religious sentiments are very easy, I would say, to be exploited at this moment when Muslims are facing a huge attack by the Israeli side, as given the Gaza genocide. Nevertheless, I think the very framing that religion is being used or exploited, it's a very, I think, a very good framing in the sense that religion has no place for this sort of extremism. Those who use extremist interpretation are already carrying out a genocide in Gaza, for example. Through that interpretation of a holy text, they are committing atrocities against human beings. And so religion should never be used. Religion should never have room and does not have any room, especially Islam, for this type of attacks. Nevertheless, it is an area of exploitation for many different reasons, be it for financial gains or for terrorist activities. From the very soft, relatively soft use of religion for personal gains to group gains to terrorist activities on the very far end of it. So it may be the case that some individuals linked to some of these groups that are using religion as an instrument to get more followers have been used as part of this attack. It is a possibility, yes.
Yeah. Mehmet, you're staying with us. Mehmet Çelik, editorial coordinator at the Daily Sabah newspaper. I'll come back to you in a little bit, but it's just gone 10:30 GMT. So I do want to reset for viewers who are possibly just joining us. You're watching live pictures of the scene of a shooting that took place about an hour ago now in Istanbul, in Turkey. Now, this occurred near a building that houses many businesses, that houses also the Israeli consulate. And 3 men, as we now understand from the governor of Istanbul and from the interior minister who has confirmed this, approached the building, opened fire. Now, law enforcement that was present there, and we'll bring you more on that in just a second with our correspondent Sinem Koseoğlu, law enforcement that was present there fired back. And the latest information we have is that one of the assailants was killed and 2 were injured. All of this happening in the vicinity of the Israeli consulate, which is on the 7th floor of this building. All right, Sinem Koseoğlu is with us. Sinem, I know you're making your way, you're on your way to the scene, but for people who are just joining us, can you take us step by step through what we know happened?
Well, today, nearly slightly over an hour ago, 3 attackers tried to approach to one of the towers, one of the buildings in Istanbul's busiest business centers where Israeli consulate is located. According to the eyewitnesses that we have spoken to and that are speaking on the national TV outlets right now, 3 attackers, one of them, as we have mentioned, having links to some religious groups. 2 of them are siblings. They rented a car in the city of Kocaeli, again, a very close by city to Istanbul, and they came with that rental car. They parked in the parking lot and they tried to approach to the building, get inside the building. But when the security saw that they had long barrel weapons and guns, the police, the security, warned them at first, but the attackers didn't listen to the warnings and opened fire. And then the security side had to exchange fire. 3 of those attackers have been eliminated by the Turkish police. 2 Turkish police officers are slightly injured, according to Interior Ministry. This is the information that we have so far. On the other side, we heard from the Israeli embassy in the Turkish capital, Ankara, that there were no Israeli diplomats in the Istanbul General Consulate. There were no diplomats in the Israeli embassy in the Turkish capital, Ankara. Also, Turkish Interior Minister underlined that there have been no action. There has been no action in the Israeli diplomatic missions across Turkey for the last 2.5 hours. Just to remind, Turkey and Israeli relations have been strained for long, and after 2018, after corresponding official visits to each other. Two countries that have enjoyed very strong relations, especially during the 1990s, tried to mend those relations. But after the Gaza war started in late 2023, relations again have been strained, and the area where the Israeli consulate is located in Istanbul has been seen to very strong, harsh, angry protests by the Turkish people, who have tried to show their strong support for the Palestinians, and who have tried to show their anger and reaction against the Israeli aggression and war crimes committed in Gaza. The area has been tightly controlled by the security, as there is a diplomatic mission in that very busy business center, and the area very close by with shorter buildings and low density. There are other diplomatic missions of other foreign countries across Turkey. So we can say that the area has always been tightly secured by the security personnel and probably by those diplomatic missions as well. Because when you have a diplomatic mission in a country, you are protected by the host country, but you have your own protection tools and measures in place as well. One of the Turkish journalists who just spoke on one of the Turkish national news channels mentioned that for the last 3 days, the area has been facing more security measures for a potential attack targeting Israeli diplomatic mission there. But as per the Israeli officials and as per the Turkish Interior Ministry, the consulate building hasn't been active, or let's say probably is active in a very slow way, in a very slow motion, and there is no Israeli diplomat. So, as we have been saying, we have no idea about the motive of this operation yet.
Yeah, and that's important.
Even when,
sorry, go ahead, Sinem.
just one more thing. Even during the protest, for years, the area has been seen to angry protests. People have been saying, the Israeli diplomatic mission is just on the 7th floor of a tower. So, and there are two twin towers. Sometimes they protest in front of the other tower. So, what they are throwing eggs, and they are throwing some stuff to show their reaction. But this has always been a kind of debate or a kind of a rumor, even among protesters. So, for these attackers coming to this area, trying to enter in a high security building within such a crowd, it's not logical. But what are they trying to show? What are they trying to say? If, by the way, the eyewitnesses have been saying that they came in camouflage outfits, and they seemed trained because they had one of them had the Kalashnikov, and if you are trained as an attacker through a terrorist organization or through some paramilitary organization, you have some information about the place that you are attacking, right? But there is no diplomat for the last 2.5 years. Did they know about this reality? We have no idea. As I said, the motives are important, but we have no information about that yet.
Yeah, Sinem, thank you very much for all that reporting. We're building a fuller picture. Again, we're only an hour into this. About an hour ago, a gunfight broke out outside one of the buildings in this area that you're seeing live there in Istanbul, in Turkey. So that would have been between 12 and 1 p.m. local time. And 3 assailants approached a building that houses multiple businesses, that houses news outlets, media companies, and also the Israeli consulate, which is on the 7th floor of that building. And you heard, Sinem, that an eyewitness said that they were wearing camouflage. They were wielding, at least one of them, a Kalashnikov. So that's an automatic assault rifle. The police, so going back through what Sinem was telling us, police, as this building is normally quite heavily guarded, police warned them, but they did not stand down. They warned them to put down their weapons. They did not stand down. A firefight ensued. One of the assailants was killed. 2 were injured. 2 policemen were also injured. That's what we know right now. We also know that two of the assailants were brothers. And as Sinem pointed out, there's been no claim of responsibility, although that would be unusual so soon after an attack. But no claim of responsibility at this point. No further information at this point on the identity of the assailants. Mehmet Çelik is back with us, editorial coordinator at the Daily Sabah newspaper in Istanbul. Mehmet, how are Turks going to feel about this?
Well, I think at the very least, they would be angered that a group, or with whatever motivation they have, they try to damage that order that we have, and that's the safe environment that we have. Nevertheless, when we look at as Sinem was just saying, that this building has been inactive for about 2.5 years diplomatically. We can see that the motivation is to create that fear or to provoke this safe environment, which does not benefit any of the Turks. So Turks will stand against this, regardless of Turkey's relations with Israel, regardless of Turkey's position on what Israel does. Nevertheless, when an incident like this takes place within our cities, within our borders, we stand against any of these type of provocations. So the anger will be there, the criticism will be there, the position will be against any type of this provocations. But this does not change, of course, the sentiment about Israel for what it does in different places in our region.
Mehmet Çelik, thank you very much for joining us at such short notice on Al Jazeera as we try to bring in all the reporting that we can, again, at very short notice. We're about an hour removed from a firefight breaking out in Istanbul in Turkey. This happened outside a building that we now understand already had multiple layers of security for several reasons. In that building, a tower in Istanbul, were businesses, media outlets, and notably the Israeli consulate. So Sinem Koseolu, our correspondent, had been telling us that for the last 2.5 years, you have seen multiple protests break out there or organized there, converging around that building because it houses the Israeli consulate. Now, note that there was no Israeli staff at the consulate, much like there is no Israeli staff working at the Israeli embassy. This is information that is coming to us that there hasn't been diplomatic activity from Israeli staff in those two buildings for at least 2.5 years since the Gaza war broke out, due to increased hostility towards Israel that has manifested itself in Turkey. And as those three assailants walked towards the building, the law enforcement, the police, layers of security there saw that they were carrying weapons, told them to stand down. They didn't. A firefight ensued. One was killed, 2 were injured. That is what we know for now. No claim of responsibility, no further information on the identity of the assailants, other than to say that there were among the 3 2 brothers. And this information from the Turkish Interior Minister, who says that attackers had links to an organization that, quote, exploits religion. That is where we are on this story at the moment. As soon as we get more information, more reporting on that, we will bring it to you on Al Jazeera. And now we bring in the latest on our continuing coverage of the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Multiple explosions have been reported in the capital, Tehran, as the U.S. and Israel hit targets across the country. The latest strike on a residential area in Alborz province, west of Tehran, has killed at least 18 people. Dozens have been injured, and the Israeli military has warned the public to stay away from Iran's trains and railways. U.S. President Donald Trump has set a deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and he says if the country doesn't do so by early Wednesday, Iran time, then the country's power plants and bridges will be destroyed. Tawhid Asadi joins us now from the capital. Tawhid, Israel and the U.S. have continued in recent days to expand their strikes to more and more civilian targets. You've been reporting on that. Brief us on what is being hit in Iran at the moment.
A wider range, Phil, as we see in Iran, different infrastructural facilities have been targeted. And I would say over the past 2 weeks, we are seeing an extensive and increasingly extensive domain of targets by the Americans in Israeli airstrikes being hit across Iran, including universities. I was in Shahid Beheshti University the other day, and I was in Sharif University of Technology earlier today in the morning. And obviously, we know that more than 30 universities across the country have been targeted so far, according to the Ministry for Science, Research and Technology. But that doesn't stop there. We've got the threats about the possibility of attacks on the train stations and railway system of the country. But the Iranians are taking that very seriously, because this is not the first time that such threats are coming about, the potentiality for infrastructural damages, and they have already seen the translation of these threats into real acts of aggression. The other day, we witnessed the attacks on the petrochemical industries of the country, as well as steel companies, and they are critically important industrially speaking, seeing their role in other related industries, as well as their role when it comes to the exports of the country. And also, we've got reports about oil-related infrastructure being targeted. In Tehran, in one of the first weeks, we saw oil depots being impacted, being directly hit, to be very precise. And the Red Crescent says more than 100,000 residential and civilian units have been targeted so far, some of them directly, some of them even reduced to rubble. And most of them are obviously the houses, apartments belonging to very ordinary citizens. But beyond that, we know that hospitals, schools, Red Crescent buildings, and other public buildings have been impacted, some of them directly hit.
So, Heat, is there any sign that Iran is looking to make a deal with the U.S. ahead of tonight's deadline?
I don't think at this point we can talk about any point close to de-escalation, seeing the realities on the ground. First and foremost, Iranians are saying that actually they're not going to negotiate directly with the United States. B, there are two proposals, one from the Iranian side and one from the American side, mediated by Islamabad. But the reality on the ground, diplomatically speaking, is that the two sides are poles apart. And meanwhile, we hear it from the Iranian side that as long as the airstrikes continue, Iran is going to strike back with their retaliatory attacks on the Israeli territories, as well as the actually U.S. assets across the region. And they have conditioned any ceasefire or negotiation or anyway a diplomatic settlement whatsoever to halting of these attacks on Iran, while the reality in the battlefield shows the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes, not limited, but becoming more and more extended to include different infrastructural targets. Meanwhile, also, we have to keep in mind 2 points. First, we are talking about Iranians talking with the U.S. President Donald Trump, and on that, we know that there is this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Tehran's vantage point pertaining to any rapprochement with Washington, A, and B, we are dealing with a highly intricate situation with different actors and factors at work, such as the Strait of Hormuz, such as different fronts of this complex battlefield, and such as continuation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis, all running the risk of further confrontation, specifically seeing the rhetoric that comes from the American side and Israeli side. And all in all, the stakes are high. They can go even higher under this tough situation.
And Tawhid Asadi, reporting from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you very much, Tawhid. And smoke has been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat Hasharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. And explosions were heard in the Israeli city of Nahariya after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon. At least 10 projectiles were launched towards the north in the latest barrage. Israeli medics say that 2 people were injured in the attack. Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim is following all of this in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, give us the security picture in light of these latest attacks.
Well, in addition to what you just mentioned there, Cyril, there was another cluster munition attack from Iran fired into Israel just in the last hour. And according to Israeli sources, it made impact in 6 15 different locations in central Israel. When we talk about Beit Tikva, the site where one building was destroyed completely as a result of probably shrapnel from that missile or from the interception, this is a city that the mayor talked about it being under attack constantly, that around 150 rockets or missiles have been hit inside this city itself, causing major damage. 2 people have been killed during this war. And as we talk about these Iranian missiles, we need to remember that also Hezbollah has been increasing its attacks into northern Israel. And just since this morning, more than 20 times sirens have blasted across of northern Israel, warning of these rockets coming from Hezbollah into northern Israel. And there's a lot of suspicion when it comes to these communities inside the north of Israel. They say they don't trust that the government's strategy is clear or it's decisive. As the government says it's pushing deeper into southern Lebanon, there is a skepticism about how far are they willing to go, given that Hezbollah is making this process and this operation very costly. And these communities are demanding their leadership to be more firm and to put the disarmament of Hezbollah on their top priority. But the army knows this is not an easy task by any means, and they've been saying that this is the responsibility of the Lebanese government, of the Lebanese army, that they should take on this role. But when it comes to the communities inside northern Israel, they believe that the government has abandoned them. They say we're not the watchdogs of the state of Israel, protecting its borders while it's failing to protect us. So we are talking about a city, we were talking about a country rather, that is under constant barrages of rockets and missiles from both Iran and Hezbollah. And while Iran's missiles have been decreased in numbers when it comes to today, for example, we just reported about 3 different salvos since midnight. But at the same time, these attacks, according to certain military analysts, can happen any time. So it's really up to Iran, according to these analysts, to decide when it's going to hit Israelis and when it's not going to hit Israelis. So basically, it has the capability still to affect and disrupt life in Israel.
Nida Ibrahim reporting from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you very much, Nida. Bringing in now Abbas Aslani, a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. And Abbas, you join us from Tehran. It's good to have you in the program. Do you have a sense of what is the thinking within leadership circles, defense, whether it's defense, clerical, IRGC, military, political in Iran? And I ask you this question in light, obviously, of the deadline that is looming. This is an 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time deadline. So that's the early hours of Wednesday morning, Iran time. And Donald Trump says that if a deal isn't made, the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened by then Iran will face a further escalation in the U.S.'s military campaign. Specifically, the U.S. will target Iran's power plants, so parts of the country could go dark. In light of that, do you have a sense of what is the thinking within leadership circles?
Cyril, here in Tehran, the doubts about the U.S. intentions on engaging diplomatically is very high because they are looking at what the United States does than what it says. We have been hearing talk of talks, but in parallel, what has been taking place is, escalation. And, the attacks on the infrastructure has been going on gradually in the past couple of weeks. The deadline in terms of attacking Iranian infrastructure is not something new. The small decentralized attacks has been happening in the past few days, but in a thorough, large-scale manner, this has not happened, and it seemed that they wanted to control the Iranian reaction. The Iranian military forces, IRGC, is saying that the restraint is over, and they are going to target American, Israeli, and regional infrastructure. And this indicates that they are warning the U.S. that in case they want to escalate this, Iranian reaction will be also escalation. And against the backdrop of the ongoing negotiations, or let's say the efforts by Pakistan or other regional players who want to de-escalate this, in the military battlefield, we are something different.
And Abbas, Iran has resisted the U.S.-Israeli military campaign for the last 5 weeks. The country has not collapsed. The defense establishment is still there. Iran is still firing missiles and drones. But the attack that is the threat that has been leveled by Donald Trump to go after power plants, meaning that parts of the country could go dark, that could make it a lot harder for Iran's leadership to keep going. Is that not a concern?
Cyril, exactly that's the aim of the United States from moving and shifting from a linear method to targeting and bombing civilian infrastructure and neighborhoods or areas. The United States want to somehow provoke the people and put pressure on the Iranian system in order to surrender in the negotiations. As we have been seeing that the United States has proposed its terms, Iran has responded with its 10-point plan. It seems that despite these efforts, and at least Iran being able to somehow respond, the gap between the two sides is very, big. That's why it seems that maybe either side, specifically the United States, they want to pressure Iran to somehow to be more flexible and to change its position. But what we are seeing from Iranian side is vice versa. They are saying that they will respond in a more severe manner, and they have been targeting, locations in the region. But they are saying that the major escalation is yet awaited, and they, in case that they are attacked, they will. And if Iran goes dark, the region will go dark as well. And this is something that Iran wants to argue that this is a shared destiny for the region. If something happens to Iran, the worst will come for the region as a whole. And we are at a mode that it is trying to somehow create a deterrence against that deadline and threat.
Abbas Aslani, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies, joining us from Tehran this hour. Thank you very much, Abbas. All right, now, just before we take a very short break, I do want to remind you of what we have been following for the better part of this hour. A little more than an hour ago, a gunfight broke out in a busy business, financial, and diplomatic district of Istanbul in Turkey. 3 gunmen wielding Kalashnikovs, as we understand it from the police report, opened fire. 1 was killed, 2 were injured by police. And it appears from what the Turkish Interior Minister was saying and the governor of Istanbul was saying that they were seeking to get to the Israeli consulate, which was on the 7th floor of that particular building. We have no claim of responsibility yet. That's what we know. More coverage coming up.
As the war on Iran escalates, Al Jazeera's correspondents are on the ground.
This is the first time that President Trump has spoken publicly live.
We projected 4 to 5 weeks.
All the while insisting that the United States has plenty of weapons left.
We have only just begun.
Still, he's not ruling out sending U.S. troops into Iran.
We expect to take additional losses.
Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action.
That is a price Americans say they do not want repeated.
Stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Diplomacy, yet again, was used as a ruse for war.
Critical debate.
Who betrayed the table? Who attacked the negotiations for the second time? For the third time during the talks we should be attacked? Who is talking about a greater country for itself? Israel, not Iran.
Iran has been a huge supporter of terrorism over the years. I really have to take exception to the idea that Iran is innocent in this.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera. The world's top business stories.
How high could prices go for oil? Also, how quickly can this feed into the inflation picture?
Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Tom McRae. This is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, 4 gunmen opened fire near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. At least 1 attacker has been killed. Strikes target multiple cities in Iran as Donald Trump warns Tehran has only hours to reach a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Israel warns people in Iran to stay away from railways and trains for their own safety. And turning food waste into fuel, we report on how Gaza is making cooking gas and fertilizer from scraps and leftovers. We begin this program with developments out of Turkey. Turkish officials say 3 people attempted to carry out an attack near a building that houses the Israeli consulate. The governor of Istanbul says one of the attackers has been killed. It happened in one of the city's major financial districts. Now, authorities say they have identified all 3 attackers. Well, there's been extensive damage in Tehran and other parts of Iran as US and Israeli attacks continue. One strike in a residential area in Alborz province west of Tehran killed at least 18 people. President Donald Trump has set a deadline for early Wednesday morning Iran time for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's warned that the country will be left without any power plants or bridges if they fail to make a deal. The Israeli military has warned the public to stay away from Iran's trains and railways. I'm going to bring in Tohid Asadi, who is in Tehran for us. And Tohid, Israel and the US continue to expand their strikes and target more civilian areas. Can you just tell us exactly what is being hit in the last few hours there in Iran?
Actually much broader scope when it comes to this recent round of airstrikes by the Americans and the Israelis. That is something that we witnessed here across the Iranian capital, Tehran, and in many other cities across the country. We see the continuation of this campaign of attacks targeting different places. Today we were at the campus of Sharif University of Technology, which was targeted yesterday, and one of the research institutes related to AI was targeted, and other buildings in the campus were heavily impacted. Also, the other day, we were at the campus of Shahid Beheshti University. Again, there we saw huge amount of damage and destruction to this academic institution. We know that at least 30 academic institutions across the country have been targeted. That goes beyond that. We know that over the past 24 hours, several airports in Kashan, in Tehran, the Mehrabad airport, and other airports across the country, attacks are reported. The main of assaults also include other infrastructure, such as one important bridge between city of Karaj and Tehran, which was attacked the other day. And now we see a language of threatening by the US President Donald Trump and obviously by the Israeli side about more attacks on the infrastructure of the country. Iran is coming out with very strong message of defiance, deterrence, resilience, and obviously retaliation. They're saying that in case of such attack to civilian infrastructure, they're going to strike back, and they're going to broaden the scope of their retaliatory strikes. And that includes obviously US assets across the region, Israeli territories, and now they're saying that there's a potentiality to go beyond that as we receive reports about ongoing attacks. We have some unconfirmed reports. We cannot independently confirm, let it be clear, on another round of strikes on Khark Island. We are closely following to see if that comes true or not. But it's still, we are dealing with a highly escalated situation in which we don't see that much of a chance for a diplomatic settlement if we look at the statements coming from the Israeli side, the American side, and obviously from the Iranian side.
Well, just on that, is there any sign that Iran is looking to make a deal with the US ahead of a deadline that is quickly expiring? I think just over 12 hours to go now.
Well, indeed, this is not the first time Tehran is facing a deadline. Previously, they had a similar one, and there's, in a sense, they have habituated to this sort of deadlines and threatening languages. But that doesn't obviously mean that Iran is not taking it seriously. As I have mentioned before, they have seen it time and again that these threatening words have been translated into real acts of aggression, targeting the infrastructure of the country. Over the past 2 weeks, in addition to the infrastructure that I mentioned, we know that the oil-related infrastructure and still companies were targeted, and that means there's a potentiality for further attacks. But speaking of the diplomatic engagement, time and again we hear from the Iranian side that they're saying that no talks with the United States at this point, but still we know that there are regional and global interactions. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has talked to different counterparts in the region and beyond. But still, speaking of a potentiality of diplomatic settlement, again, we know that two sides have come up with two different proposals. And the reality on the ground is that these two sides, regardless of two different proposals, are poles apart when it comes to their vantage points. And obviously, another reality on the ground is that there is this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Tehran's approach pertaining to the United States. And that is coming basically from the very fact that the country was already engaged in 2 rounds of negotiations over the past 10 months. And all of a sudden, they faced a campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And right now, there is no sufficient trust to get engaged in any diplomatic trajectory to settle down the issues.
Okay, thanks so much, Tawhid, for all of that. Tawhid Asadi for us in Tehran. Well, smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. And explosions have been reported in the city of Nahariya in northern Israel. That's after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon. At least 10 projectiles were launched towards the area. Israeli medics say 2 people were injured in the attack. Well, for more, we're going to go to Nida Ibrahim now. He's following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, what more can you tell us about these latest strikes on Israel?
Well, I can tell you that there has been an intensification of rockets being fired from Hezbollah into northern Israel. At times, these coincide with barrages coming from Iran being fired into central Israel around the same time. But when we talk about these rockets being fired from Hezbollah into the north, they've been causing damage, no casualties according to the Israeli ambulance service. But at the same time, they keep sending people to shelters, millions of Israelis who have been questioning their government's strategy when it comes to undermining Hezbollah's capability. Now, according to Israeli officials over the past few weeks, they were saying that they had been underestimating the powers and the capabilities of Hezbollah, and that's why they're justifying their push towards southern Lebanon, saying that they need troops to go there to eliminate the threat of rockets being fired from Hezbollah. But that's also being contested by certain analysts who say that a significant number of rockets being fired into Israel come from northern Litani River. That's why also we've been seeing another push by Israeli military officials calling for an expansion of the area that Israel intends to occupy in southern Lebanon to include also areas north of the Litani River until Zahrani River up to the or down to the Israeli-Lebanese border area. All of this is being seen as an attempt from the government to kind of diffuse responsibility, if you may. The army says and knows that it's unrealistic to disarm Hezbollah merely by occupying these areas. But the political Ashkelon has an election going on by the end of this year, and that's why they're pushing to show strength and force.
At the same time, Donald Trump is warning, as we know, Iran to make a deal or face a major escalation in the bombing campaign. Can you just give us an idea of what Israel's view is on this? Do they want to see a deal made at all?
Not at all. The Israelis want an intensification of the attacks on Iran and Iran's infrastructure. They've been saying that they want to lobby with the U.S. administration to extend the war, to expand the bank of targets. They believe if they hit areas they didn't hit before, including infrastructure that will disrupt life for Iranians, including power plants and facilities that people use, then that would drive people to revolt against their government. And we can understand this warning in Persian today related to people not to use the train stations, claiming that they're being used by the Iranian regime as part of these efforts that the Israelis are trying to do to push people to protest against their government. At the same time, we can see this as part of the continued Israeli efforts to sabotage any potential talk of de-escalation. They're trying to keep up the pressure as a way to complete what they say are their war goals. And since the beginning of this attack, they've said it time and again, the Israelis, that their main goal is to eliminate the Iranian existential threat, as they call it, but also to topple the regime. And so far, that has not worked. The regime is showing defiance, but also they have not been able to convince people to take to the streets to protest against their government, which is something it seems like they want to continue to do. But the last point I want to mention about the American component of all of this, there's talk in Israeli media that because of this partnership with the Americans, because of the green light that was given to start this offensive by the Americans, the Israelis cannot stand to continue striking Iran on their own. And they've done that before when Trump has stopped the end of hostilities during the June 12-day war between Israel and Iran. So they fear a similar moment, but they know that if it was not for the US's blessing, they wouldn't have been able to start this war altogether.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Nida. Nida Ibrahim for us there in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Iran has demanded that any deal with the United States should include an end to Israel's war in Lebanon and on all fronts. Sana Hodder has the latest from Beirut.
From the start of this conflict, both Iran and Hezbollah made clear that they're one front, that the Lebanon front is not separated from the Iran front. Iran's response to the U.S. peace plan involves ending strikes on Lebanon, ending regional fighting against Iran's allies. This is not a new position. The Iranian foreign minister in the first week of the conflict said, the war needs to stop across the entire region. There has been cooperation between Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, and they have not hidden this fact. In fact, the IRGC in the early days of the conflict talked about coordinating launches, as launches are, from Iran, launches from Lebanon. What they want to do is overwhelm Israel's air defenses and make it difficult for Israel. Hezbollah opened up a front, firing rockets across the border, saying it was in retaliation for the killing of the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Later on, it said that its attacks are also in revenge for Israel's ongoing attacks against Lebanon. But Hezbollah's calculations are it believes it has more leverage when negotiating a regional deal, being part of a regional deal. And that's why it has repeatedly rejected calls by the Lebanese government to agree to direct negotiations with Israel to reach some sort of a ceasefire. But the biggest question is Israel's position. Israeli officials have made clear that they do not see these fronts as one, that they are not connected with each other. In fact, Israeli officials have been saying that the priority is not Lebanon for the time being. It will be once the war with Iran ends.
The only bridge connecting Bahrain to Saudi Arabia was temporarily closed because of threats of Iranian attacks. The 25-kilometre King Fahd Causeway is a system of bridges and highways. It was opened 40 years ago. Well, Iranian media report the Revolutionary Guard Corps has attacked a petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia. The strike targeted the US company Chevron Phillips with a medium-range missile and drones. The Saudi Defense Ministry also said it intercepted and destroyed 7 ballistic missiles launched towards the eastern region of Jubal. Some debris fell near several energy facilities in the area. Malik Trainer is in Kuwait City for us. And Malik, can you just talk us through these latest strikes and if any damage was actually done to Saudi infrastructure?
Well, according to the Ministry of Defense, they'll be assessing the damage. I mean, we've seen video circulating on social media of fires breaking out in the El Jbali oil facility. That's one of the largest in the world, Tom. And I think, that's very significant. This is, what we've constantly seen is Iran, take this principle of an eye for an eye, hitting infrastructure here in the Gulf. But Gulf officials say that's unjustifiable. They're not involved in this war. But we're seeing an escalation. Just yesterday, the Israelis attacked the South Pars field. That's the second time it happened, but that's also jointly owned by the Qataris, right? And the last time it was hit, President Trump said that Israel wasn't going to target the South Pars field again, but they did. We haven't seen that same rhetoric from President Trump. I think what we're seeing is an escalation. I think people here, I've been talking to many analysts, and they believe that the only country that's benefiting from this escalation is Israel. We heard Nita talking about earlier that they don't want an end to this war. Well, I think everybody here does. This message has been, let's de-escalate the situation. Let's move this deadline. Let's find a diplomatic path. There's no, people don't believe that there's a military solution here. That there needs to be space for some negotiations for long-term stability for this entire region. But as the attacks are ramping up in Iran, we've also seen these attacks ramp up here across the Gulf with dozens of drones and ballistic missiles targeted across the region, but particularly in today on Saudi Arabia.
Thanks for that update, Malik. As always, Malik Trainer for us in Kuwait City. We're going to go to Abbas Aslani now, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Middle East Strategic Studies. He joins us from Tehran. Thanks very much for being with us once again on Al Jazeera. As we've seen, the Israelis and the US hitting universities, petrochemical facilities there, obviously bridges, and now there have been threats against trains and its infrastructure. The target list is clearly expanding quite quickly, as we heard from Toda Sadi, our correspondent there. What do you make of that ahead of Donald Trump's deadline in just over 12 hours now?
We have been seeing the United States proposing some terms for a ceasefire, which is also temporary. Iran also has been responding with its own terms. And this indicates that there is a significant gap between the two sides. So that's why we are seeing from the American side and the Israeli side, they have been, resorting to strategic bombing, trying to somehow target the civilian infrastructure in the country to undermine the psychological morale, and in order to put pressure on the political system to surrender. Following the Iranian, downing of American fighter jets, we have been seeing more cruise missiles or Tomahawk missiles, specifically today in the capital city and the surroundings, as well as drones to hit those targets. And the number of fighter jets flying over Iran in the past few days also have decreased. And this indicates that the United States and Israel, they have been targeting the civilian infrastructure, aiming to somehow pressure Iran to come to the table and or to surrender. But this has backfired. Iran has promised it will escalate in kind. And we are seeing that both sides are engaging in further, let's say, attacks against those, let's say, industrial, energy-related locations.
We've also seen negotiations and talks continue. Obviously, that is carrying on in the lead up to this deadline in 12 hours or so. Obviously, the US theory, it seems, is that if they can hit Iran hard and long enough, then the country or the leadership is going to fold. That obviously hasn't been the case so far, like you've pointed out. But will this specific threat of taking out every single power plant in the whole of the country, Trump says that he would be able to do that within 4 hours of his word, is that going to be enough? Is that going to be the tipping point that's going to push Iran's leaders at this point to find a deal before that happens?
We have been hearing similar to this rhetoric from Trump in the past few days, specifically from the onset of the aggression. He was saying that he was able to reopen the Strait of Hormuz very easily. Then he was asking for help, and now he is trying to threaten Iran to reopen it. So, and they are saying that they have destroyed Iran's military capabilities, defense and drone and navy. But Iran is responding. So what he is saying does not align with the realities on the ground, necessarily. But we are seeing that the two sides seem to be in different two worlds. Iran thinks that it has been able to shift the fight for survival to somehow changing the immediate threats into strategic opportunities. I can refer to the geopolitical reset of the Strait of Hormuz, which Tehran thinks that needs to be recognized, as well as from Iranian perspective, this needs to be ending the hostility permanently, not to somehow resort to a temporary ceasefire, which could promise a renewed attack in the matter
Okay,
of
Abbas,
few
sorry to interrupt
months.
you. We're
This
going
is
to have
not
to cut away for the moment. We're going to go to the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majid Al-Ansari, who has just given an update. Let's listen in.
استقبل حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ تميم بن حمد الثاني أمير البلاد المبدع خلال الأيام الماضية كلا من فخامة الرئيس فيليكس تشيسكيدي رئيس جمهورية الكونغو الديمقراطية ودولة السيدة جورجيا ميلوني رئيسة وزراء الجمهورية الإيطالية وسعادة الشيخ جراح بن جابر الأحمد
and His Excellency the Kuwaiti Foreign Minister and the Minister of Defense in Greek. Within the current context regarding the situation in the region, His Excellency received phone calls from the French President, the Prime Minister of Spain, the President of Guyana. All these contacts has been made to discuss the situation and developments in the region and to find the common and mutual visions, and in addition to more contacts and meetings within the country and within the state of Qatar. And we need to express our appreciation to everyone for the appreciation of other countries and other leaders to the state of Qatar. They were in Doha and during this difficult and critical period to more consultations in this regard. Also, His Excellency Mohammed Abdulrahman Al Thani, Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, received during the last few days Nicholas Georgios, Minister of Defense in Greek, and Jarrah Ahmed Al-Sabah, Kuwaiti Foreign Minister. He received yesterday Ayman Al-Safadi, Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Jordan, and also he met today with Dr. Konstantinos, the Foreign Minister of Cyprus. Contacts also have been made, and he received phone calls from Johann Vadimol, Foreign Minister of Germany, and Masoud Barzani, the Prime Minister of the Kurdistan government in Iraq. Also phone calls from Jonas Astora, the Prime Minister of Norway, and Jose Manuel Beres, Prime Minister in Spain, and Dr. Subrahmanya Jaishankar, Foreign Minister of India, and Abbas Araghchi, the Foreign Minister of Iran. These contacts came within the developments in the region, and the contacts with the Iranian Foreign Minister were the second of its kind during this period. And we have made it clear that Qatar condemned the Iranian aggression, ongoing aggressions on the region's countries, including Qatar. And we confirmed our confirmation and denunciation of any attacks against the infrastructure in any of the region countries. Last Thursday, Dr. Mohammed Abdulaziz bin Saleh Al Khalifi, Minister of State and the Foreign Minister, presented the state of Qatar at the ministerial meeting regarding the development in the Strait of Hormuz, held through an invitation by the UK. And during his speech during the meeting, he said that the Strait of Hormuz is an international issue, and because it's related to the delivery chain and trade chain that must be delivered throughout the world, and we need to keep the stability and peace in the region. Also, he received a phone call from Dr. Tariq Mitri, Deputy Prime Minister in Lebanon. They consulted the escalation in the meeting, and they confirmed the state of Qatar position in supporting the Lebanese people. That's all what we have. And if you have any questions, Farah Shawqi from Al Jazeera question at the very beginning during the second phone call with the Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. Do you think Qatar will go again to the role of mediator and facilitate some messages with Iran regarding your contacts with the United States of America? Have you discussed or even spoken about the necessity of not targeting establishment and facilities that will affect Iran and countries in the region? Thank you. Regarding the mediation of the state of Qatar, the state of Qatar situation is as it is, and we need to support our brothers. Pakistan is now playing a role of mediation. Qatar now is busy defending itself from the Iranian attacks. That's why there's no mediation role by Qatar in this period of time. Regarding the contacts with the United States of America, we have sent messages to all parties during the last period, and we confirmed the seriousness of targeting the infrastructure, and we said that to the Iranian foreign minister yesterday, and we condemned the aggressions of Iran against the region's countries. Also, we made that quite clear, as this is very dangerous to the region. Thank you, Doctor. My question comes within the condensed contacts this week, and we have followed all these contacts. What is the outcome of these contacts? Because the coming hours are very decisive, and Trump has threatened of that. When it comes to the economy side, how Qatar is dealing with the expected economic consequences after the war on the national economy of Qatar? Are we expected to see a program related to the economy of the state of Qatar? Thank you very much for the question. All the contacts and all the meetings that have been held during the last few days are quite connected to the situation in the region. These contacts are being made by the region's countries with the entire world. It's not a regional problem. It's an international problem that have affected the world economy and the market of energy in the world. That's why the people who came to Qatar to consult means that there is a move, an international move to deal with the consequences of this crisis, particularly at the end of the given by Mr. Trump before a new escalation. All the parties are doing their best efforts. Regarding the second question, I will refer you to the Trade and Commerce Ministry. Qatar is ready for any circumstances, and we have passed more challenges in the past. We are taking all the necessary steps to avoid more problems. Question from Al Arabiya channel. The contacts of yesterday from Iran to Qatar, I want to ask, is it a contact from Araghchi to Qatar, or what? There is a truce now that will come an end within hours. Now the Revolutionary Guard is threatening the region's countries, saying that self-constraint has come to an end. What is the situation of the state of Qatar after this contact? You are not a part of the mediation, but I'm sure you have something, and we as journalists, we want to know. As said by His Excellency, the Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs with Araghchi, the state of Qatar is a regional stance, and the condemnation was quite clear to all the Iranian aggressions to the sovereignty of our brotherly, sisterly countries in the region. Violations are ongoing by Iran against the region's countries, and the Qatar Armed Forces has dealt with these threats. Iran is targeting the energy facilities in the Gulf, and we need to find a solution to this problem, and Iran must do something to avoid more targeting of its facilities and establishments in their own country. This contact, the message of Qatar was quite clear, and in the contact, the region's countries are doing their best to put an end to the crisis, but Iran must stop targeting the countries of the region. The mediation is there, led by Pakistan. We support this mediation, and we have confirmed our situation since the very first day. There must be a solution, and this problem must be sorted out through negotiations. We have said more than once that the war must come to an end as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, sir. And I apologize if you've answered some of these issues before in Arabic. Matthew Chance from CNN. Given that we're now approaching President Trump's latest deadline, I think it's his 5th deadline, do you have any reason to be confident that this crisis can be diffused before it's too late?
Well, first of all, we were trying to diffuse the escalation in the region since 2023. We have been warning since 2023 that escalation left unchecked will get us into a situation where it cannot be controlled. And we are very close to that point. And this is why we have been urging all parties to find a resolution out of this, to find a way of ending this war before it spirals out of control. Right now, I don't think Qatar can offer any answers to your questions. The only thing we can do is to say that all of us in the region have always had a very clear position around this. The infractions on our sovereignty by Iran cannot be explained or justified in any way. The continuation of this war in this way will only mean more costs for the people of the region, for the international peace and security, for international economy, for international energy markets. And there are no winners in the continuation of this war. There are only losers, and the net of losers is expanding every day as a result of the ramifications of the economic situation. But we are working with all our partners in the region and beyond to make sure that any window of opportunity is utilized.
Follow up. I mean, given that you have been warning so consistently about the economic impact of a potential escalation, how disappointed are you that the Trump administration has totally ignored those warnings?
I wouldn't characterize it in that manner. We have been engaging with the U.S. administration fully since the administration took office, and even before that, as you know, during the mediation between Hamas and Israel. In these engagements, we have always had frank discussions. We have always had very open discussions over the challenges of the region, even if we don't see eye to eye in some respects. But we do believe that there is respect in the relationship on both sides. We have not been party to this war. We have not been consulted as to the war and what's going on. But obviously, we have daily communication with our interlocutors in the U.S., and we're working very closely with them, especially when it comes to the defensive posture of our country.
Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera. Couple of questions.
From Al Jazeera.
My first question, yesterday we've witnessed attack on the South Pars energy facility. Of course, Qatar shares that gas field with Iran. It's not the first time, it's just the second time. Last time when it happened, Iran retaliated by targeting energy facilities in the region, including Ras Al Khaimah. What's your reaction to the latest attack, and what risk does it pose to Qatar? That's my first question. Second one is the Iran's nuclear facilities attacks that we've seen in and around nuclear power plants. As a close neighbor, the UN and the Iranian government have raised fears of what they call catastrophic nuclear incident if those attacks continue. As a close neighbor, how concerned are you of that risk and to Qatar and to the wider region?
First of all, we have always stated, and I've just stated minutes ago, that attacks on civilian infrastructure, especially energy infrastructure, is putting all of us in danger. Is affecting the wealth of the people, the prosperity of the people, and the well-being of the people in this region and beyond. And it has it's a domino effect on energy markets and other markets in the world, and they are not of benefit to anybody. So we have always condemned these attacks and said that these attacks are completely useless, including in the call with Arachi yesterday. The Prime Minister made it very clear that attacks on this kind of infrastructure by any party should not be accepted. On the nuclear facilities, our Ministry of Environment is monitoring the situation very closely. The reporting we have had from them is saying that everything is safe up to this point, but obviously it's very dangerous when we see these kind of attacks in nuclear facilities. We have seen this happen in the war in Ukraine. We have seen this happen now in this war, and it puts the peoples of the region in unbelievable risk. But we are continuing to monitor this from the technical side and engaging with our partners. Okay.
مقبول خلف الإذاعة الإسبانية ولا قطر.
Within there's so many mediators and contradictory messages and a call for dialogue. Do you see the challenge now is the absence of one unit to call for the diffusing the crisis? Do you think the Strait of Hormuz conflict can be reached a solution? Do you think there will be direct negotiations? Do you think Qatar will be part of these direct negotiations? Once again, let me confirm the following. Qatar is not part of the current mediation. Qatar is busy defending itself against the Iranian aggressions. There are so many questions regarding the mediation must be asked to the mediators themselves. Peace be upon you. Your Excellency, we will go back to the phone call with the Iranian Foreign Minister Arachi. Do you think this phone call was before the aggression of the last aggression and the targeting the civilian missile facilities? What does it mean? The time of the phone call is not that important. The aggression with the drones are ongoing, and in different hours of the day, we cannot make any connection between the time of the phone call and the drone attacks. Our situation was very clear. We reject and we denounce any aggression against our territories. No one can explain or justify these attacks against our territories. Doctor, I have a question, or rather two questions. Is there any contacts and coordination between the Gulf countries to support the Bahraini proposal to the Security Council? Last week there were contacts, and the Gulf leaders spoke since the very first day about a solution that must be found. The shape of the agreement with Iran, how can it be, in your viewpoint? Regarding coordination in the Gulf, there is a full coordination between the Gulf countries and the Arab group, in addition to the friendly and sisterly countries. This will be today evening, and the coordination is always there between the Gulf countries and the Arab group and other countries. Regarding the form of the agreement needed by the Gulf, first of all, let's bring this war to an end. And then, according to the new status quo, accordingly, we will decide what are our needs, what we will do for the Strait of Hormuz, and the rules of the game might be changed. First of all, this agreement must be accepted by all the parties of the region. We cannot exclude any part in the region from such an agreement with some international guarantees. We must respect the international law, and this agreement must be legitimized, and the countries that are being affected by what's going on in the Hormuz Strait and the geopolitical changes, in addition to the efforts of the international law that are exerting efforts in this regard, and the consequences of this war. We cannot talk about a form of agreement, but the indications must be clear The countries of the region must be part and parcel of the agreement, and the international presence must be also there.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon. Should President Trump's deadline come and go tonight, what are you, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia preparing to do in case of possible retaliation from Iran?
Of course, I can speak on behalf of Qatar, and I leave it to the spokespersons of the other countries to reply on their own. There is a lot of coordination between the regional countries, the GCC countries, over defensive posture, and our militaries have been coordinating between them 24/7 throughout this crisis. From our position here in Qatar, we will say it very clearly. We will defend our country against any aggression coming from any party. As we have done in the past couple of weeks, we have shown that our military is capable in defending our country against Iranian missiles and Iranian drones and Iranian fighter jets. And therefore, we will continue to do that. And we are ready at the foremost to deal with any ramification of any further escalation. We remain, of course, supportive and hopeful that a form of escalation would happen through the work of the mediators led by Pakistan, and we stand ready to help. But right now, from the defensive posture, we are absolutely ready for any challenge that might come in the next days. That's all.
Thank you, Doctor. A question from Al Arabi TV. There were some trials to move Qatari gas through 2 tankers, and this hasn't happened. Can you clarify these things? There were 2 attempts towards China, and when it comes to the phone call with the Iranian Foreign Ministry, have Qatar asked for some guarantees to allow the Qatari tankers to move through the Strait of Hormuz? Because some reports saying that fees will be imposed for going through the Strait of Hormuz. Will Qatar accept that? Have you received any notifications from the American side regarding some movements that will lead to escalation during the coming hours? Regarding the tankers and what happened yesterday, as it is the case with the region's countries and with our international partners, we all suffer because of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is a reckless attitude by the oil production and the energy production, and with the food around the world. This will never help a side and will never affect another side. This will never sort out any crisis. This is a strategic threat to the international security and to navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and to the relation system between countries in the region. And this also sends important messages regarding what will happen in the future. Opening this Strait of Hormuz must be normal, because 2 countries are now boarding this Hormuz. This Strait of Hormuz have never been closed all over the history, despite all the geopolitical situations. But closing this Strait of Hormuz is the international law and the law of seas, and this will lead to a real crisis and the crisis of trust between the concerned parties. As you know, there are so many initiatives to open the Strait of Hormuz for the ships and tankers, and all these efforts are being within the mediation that's being played now. But these tankers haven't managed to go through yesterday, and the contacts are being made now. Our priority is the safety of the crews. The crews will never be working under threats. We need to keep their safety as a top priority. Regarding the guarantees, opening the Strait of Hormuz must be a clear decision and must not be within some political calculations. The Strait of Hormuz cannot be used as a pressure paper on some side and some other sides. the countries in the region, the Gulf countries, have right in these homes, and no one can give himself the right to control the Strait of Hormuz. This must be through a regional consensus that we are all partners in this natural Strait of Hormuz. This is not a channel going through the territories of a certain country. This is a normal strait, a natural strait. Ships and shipment were going through this hundreds of years ago without any problem. Those who border the Arab Gulf and this Hormuz Strait must have the same equal rights. And consequently, we work with the international parties to guarantee that the opening of the Strait of Hormuz will be strategically and politically correct. We have contacts with different parties. We feel concerns because there are some reports about escalation. We need to be quiet until the end of the deadline to see what's going on in the future.
Two questions, if I may. The first being, it is being reported that Iran is requesting a permanent peace deal should allow them to demand fees for ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. What is Qatar's position on that? And then the second is, what impact will this have on Qatar's use of the petrodollar long term?
I didn't understand the second part of the question.
Will you continue to use the dollar instead of any other currency?
So when it comes to the idea of a permanent deal, of course, we've been hearing through the mediators and the interlocutors who are working on this right now that this is the case on the Iranian side. And I think they made it very clear also in the media. For us, of course, we are calling for the easiest, fastest, and safest way to end the closing of the Strait of Hormuz and end the escalation in the region as a whole, which we are all suffering from. Regarding the fees, first of all, this is a premature discussion. The situation now is that we are in a war in the region that has engulfed all of us. All of our countries are facing missile attacks, drone attacks, and attacks on our civilian infrastructure. And it is too early right now to talk about financial mechanisms to run the Strait when the Strait is actually facing a war-like situation where the security situation cannot be guaranteed by any party at the moment. So before discussing how the Strait is going to be run, we should first of all end this war, reach a resolution to the current escalation, and then regionally, the countries in this region should have supremacy and agency on dealing with the Strait issue in coordination with international organizations in respect of international law and with international guarantors coming in. But generally speaking, this is not like the Panama Canal or the Suez Canal that goes through territorial waters only or goes through certain countries. This is an open strait, a naturally occurring open strait that all of us share, and all of us should have a say on how it is run. And we have never had the need to do that because of the fact that it is a natural opening and that everybody was using it in the benefit of all the peoples in the region and beyond. Regarding using the US dollar, there are no changes to the current policy, and it's part of the business model of this sector and this country for the foreseeable future.
This is a follow-up on the first part. So should Tehran demand that a toll be allowed, would you then understand or accept an
I don't think I
escalation?
should entertain hypotheticals at the moment. As I said, right now, defending ourselves, making sure the Strait is open, and creating the situation for such discussions to be held. Andrew?
Thanks, Dr. Majid. Andrew Mills from Reuters. As you've stated in this press briefing, Qatar stands against attacks by anyone on civilian and energy infrastructure. Has Qatar called specifically on President Trump to stand down from his threats tonight to attack energy and civilian infrastructure in Iran?
Our position has been made clear on the record, off the records, in statements, in meetings. Any targeting of civilian infrastructure in the region is going to cause the civilian infrastructure in other countries, including Qatar, to be targeted, and therefore we stand against any attacks on civilian infrastructure by any party. I don't think we need to talk about specific discussions and specific wordings, but it's a very clear position by all countries in the region, including Qatar. Anwar? Oh.
Good morning, Dr. Jaides Papin for French National Television. Could you tell us more about the interview between France President Emmanuel Macron and the Prince Al Thani? Thank you.
And His Highness the Emir. Yeah. Thank you, Colin. Of course, the relation with the French Republic has always been very important for our strategic positioning in Qatar. The communication between Qatar and France has been almost daily on the current situation, and even before that, we are working together on many files, including the quintet in Lebanon, and the situation in the Gulf has had a lot of interest from France, of course. Because of the partnerships that France has in this region, including, of course, the military partnership and the defense partnership between Qatar and France. And the discussion, it was made very clear that that strategic partnership persists, and that there is interest from both sides to increase that partnership, especially on the defensive side. And we are appreciative, of course, of the partnership and the support we have received from France. And we're working very closely with President Macron and his administration to find an international solution to the current crisis. Callum?
Hi, Dr. Majid Khan-Bate from AFP. To follow up on the questions that others have asked about President Trump's deadline, the threats to attacks on civilian infrastructure, critical infrastructure, I was wondering if, now that we've been through a series of these cycles of threat and counter-threat and deadline, whether you can speak to the danger that Qatar feels perhaps in this moment with the deadline looming tomorrow morning our time.
Thank you, Callum. Let me state it very clearly. Since this war began, every day was a red line crossed, whether it be attacking critical infrastructure, whether it be civilian targets in our region, whether it be the fact that our countries have been dragged into this war, whether it be the environmental impact of this war, and therefore the threat of further escalation by any party, the threat of escalation by all parties, which is ongoing right now. We cannot consider this to be just narrative or just propaganda during the war. We have seen this materialize in the past weeks, and we know that we will see this happen if such escalations take place, and therefore we are urging all parties to refrain from any escalation that would harm the not only the security situation in the region, but the environmental, the humanitarian situation in our region. The attacks on critical infrastructure since the war has begun has taken us to the brink, and we don't want to see more of that happening. There are a lot of dangers to that happening when it comes to food security, when it comes to water security, when it comes to environmental security, that we are still at the threshold of all of these challenges, and we hope that we can there to a more safe environment. But obviously we are quite concerned with all that is happening right now, and I won't go beyond that, just to say that we are all waiting for what's going to happen in the next a couple of hours, and we are supportive, of course, of the efforts of Pakistan and the other mediators in finding a resolution to this before it escalates beyond anyone's control.
Your Excellency, you said that any agreement must be done through the consensus of every country. This is the priority of Qatar. Is that right? Our priorities are not different than the priorities of other countries. We need to put an end to this war. We need to reach a solution that put into consideration all the situation and all the interests of all the peoples in the region, with particularly in this and very critical moment. We need not to forget the red lines that have been crossed. during this war. Putting the Strait of Hormuz under threat cannot be accepted. No one is allowed to use this advantage of using the Strait of Hormuz. No one is allowed to impose threats without being deterred. Clearly, we need an international cover through the international institutions and our international partners to guarantee the success of any future agreement. The problem is not to avoid any region countries. Any agreement must include the countries of the region. This is very clear through the priorities of these countries and within the international peace and security. This must be very clear. The region's countries will work for this result. Thank you, Doctor, very much. My question is related to how Qatar is following up the closure of Al-Aqsa Mosque by the occupation forces and the incursions by the Israeli government to the cult of Al-Aqsa Mosque and the escalation against the Palestinians and the Palestinian prisoners. Israel is trying to make use of the world being busy with this war to continue its aggression against Al-Aqsa Mosque and what's going on in the West Bank and the implementation of the agreement in Gaza. This is a real shame. We need not to avoid the international law. There is no need to get benefits from this war against any other country. The state of Qatar is quite clear, and we have issued some statement condemning the practices of the occupation forces in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in Al-Aqsa Mosque. We warn, but because making use of the war to hate the Palestinians is not accepted. There is no need to impose a new situation. Those who want peace must start with the option of peace, not the option of war. Any threat will be a threat to every country in the region, including the Israeli people. We need to be abiding by these concepts. We need to abide by the negotiation table, not the war. Thank you very much. See you next week.
That was the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majid Al-Ansari, speaking there. He said, we are close to the point where the situation in the region could spiral out of control. He went on to say there are no winners if this war continues. He also reiterated that attacks on civilian and energy infrastructure by any party should not be accepted. Now, this all comes as Trump set a deadline for early Wednesday morning Tehran time to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or the US will wipe out all of its power plants and bridges. I'm going to take you back to our top story briefly this hour. Turkish officials say 3 people attempted to carry out an attack near a building that houses the Israeli consulate. The governor of Istanbul says one of the attackers has been killed. It happened in one of the city's major financial districts. Authorities say they have identified all 3 attackers. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with much more of our continuing coverage. Stay with us.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran.
This is the second time that we negotiated with Americans, and they decided to attack us right in the middle of negotiation.
This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense.
We acted out of necessity.
I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
With tensions escalating, stay with Al Jazeera for the latest developments.
That would precipitate an attack against American forces.
To prevent Iran from getting nukes.
There is no coherent strategy, and you can see that's reflected in the media coverage.
Many American media see it like a video game. From the graphics on the screen to who they speak to, war for them is big business.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
In what ways does this war on Iran reflect a belief in the concept of the Greater Israel?
Tackling the big issues on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Tom McRae. This is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, the US and Israel carry out strikes across Iran with railways and bridges targeted. There are also reports of attacks on Karg Island as President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz nears. Qatar says time is running out to find a solution to the conflict and warns the situation in the region could spiral out of control. The Philippines is restricting its citizens from seeking work in the Middle East, while thousands of sailors remain stranded at sea because of the war.
You'd been transported to the far side of the moon, and it really just bent your mind. It was an extraordinary human experience.
And going further than any human has gone before, NASA's Artemis II mission starts its journey home after making history in space. There's been extensive damage in Tehran and other parts of Iran as US and Israeli attacks continue. Several railway lines, bridges and power lines have been hit across the country. One strike in a residential area in Al-Borz province west of Tehran killed at least 18 people. President Donald Trump has set a deadline for early Wednesday morning Iran time for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's warned that the country will be left without any power plants or bridges if they fail to make a deal. The Israeli military has warned the public to stay away from Iran's trains and railways. And there are reports of a US-Israeli attack on Iran's Karg Island. US media suggest military locations were targeted. The island is Iran's main hub for the country's oil exports. Now, this is the second time Karg Island has come under attack. We're going to bring in Tawhid Asadi now. He is in Tehran. Obviously, this is a significant development, if true. Tawhid, the US and Israel striking Karg Island once again. Do we have any confirmation of that from the Iranian side?
So far, we've got Mehr news agency reporting about some explosions from the Karg Island. Obviously, this is not the first time that we received reports about such attacks. We know that previously the island was targeted, but still the reports were on the basis of the attacks on the military sites, not the oil infrastructure. And to give you a picture of the significance of that island, we know that when it comes to oil exports of Iran, that is critically important, and a huge proportion of oil export of the country goes through the trajectory of Karg Island. Obviously, if that happens, that's going to be a very major development, as the Iranian side has already promised for a retaliatory strike in case of attack on its oil infrastructure, and this is one of the most important ones to be targeted. But still, speaking of the ongoing air strikes by the Americans and Israelis, and in particular about the recent warning that came from the Israeli side, we've got reports about attacks happening targeting the railway station as well as railways across the country. We had it from the local authorities in the city of Mashhad and also in Khuzestan. They have decided to suspend the scheduled trains. Also, we've got this report from railways being targeted between Tehran and Karaj, between Tabriz and Mianeh, also in Khorramshahr, in Zanjan, in Qom and Kashan, also in the city, in the railway between Qom and Kashan. It's reported that at least 2 people have been killed. So this is coming after a direct warning by the Israelis that asked the Iranian citizens to get away, to not stay close to railway stations, and part and parcel of the attacks, increasing attacks, I would say, on Iranian infrastructure. We know that, speaking of the infrastructure, this is not the only place, the only location but we know that universities are also witnessing the continued campaign of airstrikes. The Ministry of Science, Research and Technology says over 30 universities across the country have been impacted. Over 700 schools have been targeted either directly or indirectly. And a couple of hours ago, earlier in the morning, I was in the campus of Sharif University of Technology, one of the most important technical universities, or perhaps the most important, I would say, known as Iran's MIT, which was targeted yesterday. The amount of damage and destruction to several buildings on the campus was massive. The other day, I was also in Shahid Beheshti's campus. Again, there we witnessed massive, huge amount of destruction as a result of these airstrikes. Again, speaking of the infrastructure, we know that there is a longer list. The Red Crescent says more than 100,000 civilian units have been targeted, some of them fully reduced to rubble, some of them partially impacted. But this is a very, I would say, escalated situation, seeing the scope of these targeted areas getting broadened and getting extended over the past 2 weeks. We know that even the steel companies, which are critically important in terms of industry, have been also impacted, along with other industrial segments, pharmaceutical units, and other industry-related infrastructure.
Well, given that, Tawhid, the US and Israel expanding their targets, is there any sign that Iran is looking to make a deal now with the US ahead of the deadline that is in less than 12 hours?
The gist of the matter from the Iranian side, based on different statements that we hear from Iranian side, is that they're saying they're not going to get engaged in any direct negotiation with the United States. Also, we know that there are mediated communication between the two sides. We know that Americans have come up with a proposal, Iranians have come up with another proposal. And if you look at the public rhetoric from both sides, it seems that Washington and Tehran at this point are poles apart, actually paving the way for less and less chance for any diplomatic settlement in this already intricate situation. And Iran also says any sort of diplomatic settlement would be conditioned upon a ceasefire or halting of the aggressions, now getting into a broader scope, and obviously seeing the very reality on the ground, which is indicative of the continuation of the airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. The chance for diplomatic engagement becomes less and less. And of course, added to that is this contextual element, the historical background that we have to keep in mind. It's not easy for Iranians to talk with the US administration under President Trump, because they were already trying it not once but twice over the past 10 months, I would say. And in both cases, while they were expecting next round of talks, they faced a campaign of all of a sudden strikes targeting the country. The gist of the matter here is that diplomatic engagement could be possible. Iran is also engaged in, let's say, regional and international interactions diplomatically. Part of that could be interpreted as an attempt to de-escalate the situation. But there is this trust issue, and it goes without saying, it's crystal clear that it's not going to be easy for Iranians to trust the Americans, and that is the vantage point that we hear and we see when it comes to the rhetoric that we hear from the Iranian side.
Thanks so much, Tawhid. That's Tawhid Asadi for us there in Tehran. I just want to bring your attention to some of the pictures that we've just received into our newsroom. These are rescue workers, search and rescue workers in Karaj, Iran. We understand there have been multiple attacks on railway lines, which is exactly what Israel and the United States had threatened earlier in the day. It certainly appears like they are following through now on those threats. As I mentioned, these rescue workers taking away the injured from an attack on railway lines in Karaj in Iran. An Iranian media report the Revolutionary Guard Corps has attacked a petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia. The strike targeted the US company Chevron Phillips with a medium-range missile and drones. The Saudi Defense Ministry also said it intercepted and destroyed 7 ballistic missiles launched towards the eastern region of Jabal. Some debris found near several energy facilities in the area. Well, Malik Trainer has more for us on this from Kuwait City. And Malik, can you just talk us through the damage, if any, that there was done from these latest Iranian strikes in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I mean, we've seen the pictures. According to the Ministry of Defense in Saudi Arabia, they say that they are assessing that damage and will update the public at a future time. I mean, look, what we've seen today, the attacks on Saudi Arabia have been quite significant, you know, with the authorities there saying they intercepted 18 drones this morning, as well as 7 ballistic missiles. They said that debris from those interceptions landed near an energy facility. And, you know, from the video that we've seen, that we've been able to verify, that we've seen the pictures of al-Jbali oil facility. It's one of the largest in the world, being damaged, smoke filling the air. And just a little bit before that, Tom, the Saudi Ministry of Defense said 4 ballistic missiles. So, you know, Saudi Arabia has been today has been the most targeted, but we've also seen attacks across the entire Gulf. And the UAE authorities in the last hour say they're responding to an incident in Sharjah where a telecommunications company was damaged, the Al Thuraya telecommunications company. So, you know, as these attacks continue in Iran, what we've consistently seen is Iran retaliate against the Gulf, with officials saying, you know, unjustifiably, because they're not, although they say they're not involved in this war, but they are being caught in the middle.
Okay, thank you so much for that update, Malik Trainer in Kuwait City. Well, Qatar is calling for a diplomatic solution to the conflict as soon as possible. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid Al-Ansari says the war is at a critical point.
We have been warning since 2023 that escalation left unchecked will get us into a situation where it cannot be controlled. And we are very close to that point. And this is why we have been urging all parties to find a resolution out of this, to find a way of ending this war before it spirals out of control. Right now, I don't think Qatar can offer any answers to your questions. The only thing we can do is to say that all of us in the region have always had a very clear position around this. The infractions on our sovereignty by Iran cannot be explained or justified in any way. The continuation of this war in this way will only mean more costs for the people of the region, for the international peace and security, for international economy, for international energy markets. And there are no winners in the continuation of this war. There are only losers, and the net of losers is expanding every day as a result of the ramifications of the economic situation.
For more, we're going to go to Hamza Mohammed, who was at that briefing in Doha. First of all, obviously, we heard there that the situation in the region could spiral out of control. Obviously, Qatar is incredibly concerned for what happens next.
Well, it was quite an extensive press briefing. Most part of it was dedicated to the developing security situation, as you've mentioned, but in particular to the energy attacks on energy facilities in the region. This is quite important for Qatar because the economy of Qatar is the backbone of that economy is the energy sector. In the last 24 hours, we've seen attacks on energy facilities in Iran and in countries in the GCC. Dr. Majid Al-Ansari condemned those attacks and called for both sides to avoid attacking those facilities. That attack that happened yesterday, that was carried out by Israel on the South Pass energy facility in Iran, was one that he touched on. And this is quite important for Qatar because that gas field is the largest in the world, but is shared between Iran and Qatar. 1/3 of it is in Iran, the rest of it is in Qatar. And last time when it was attacked in March, Iran retaliated, not just attacking other countries, but also the energy facilities in Qatar. That knocked out one of the largest gas plants in Qatar, and officials here at that time said it would take between 3 to 5 years. Just to put that into context, the energy minister said every year that that plant is out of service, it would cost them $20 billion. So if you're looking at 3 years that plant, Ras Laffan energy facilities out of service, it would cost $60 billion. So this was not just for the people in Qatar, but it was also for investors, for those who are watching from across the world, and for the energy markets.
Okay, thank you so much, Hamza Mohammed, for us there in Doha. I just want to bring everyone's attention to what Donald Trump has posted just in the last minute or so on his social media, saying, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. That is Donald Trump writing on Truth Social just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, to discuss all of this a little bit further, joining me now is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. Thanks so much for being with us here.
Sure.
First of all, what do you make of that statement? If we can just go through it almost line by line at this point.
I mean, I think, it's not out of context with what he has been tweeting and coming up with comments against Iran. The tone, however, is going harsher by the day, which to me suggests that strategically he's in trouble. He wants his threats to land more seriously on the Iranians and force them to change their minds, which the Iranians are saying no to. I think that's making him angrier and more desperate to push them further. Now, he can pull this off, of course. He can't completely destroy Iran, but he can attack harder. And the Iranians have said, we will retaliate also harder. That's a really quagmire. That started with the beginning of this unlawful war and is continuing. He didn't achieve any of his objectives. And now the objective is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was wide open before the war. And so for that, he's threatening, whereas the Iranians are holding the cards they have. You can't balance those cards with threats. The Iranians didn't stop retaliating when they were being bombed. Now with a single tweet or harsher threats, they won't back down. That's my guess.
Yeah, do you think that there's some hope in this post, though? Just to bring your attention to this line. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, does that give you hope that there might be some deal done with Donald Trump before then? Is he leaving the door open slightly for that to happen?
I'm not sure what he's talking about. Maybe he's thinking about two scenarios. One is that the Iranians would stop their posture of defiance against him and start, capitulating, basically. That's what he has been after. He said that. Or a coup, which is unrealistic in Iran. For those who know the Iranian political system, they won't really expect anything of the sort to happen. Now, he's basically telling the Iranians, you have to agree, otherwise we will destroy your civilization. It's basically, as I said, it's rhyming with his entire messaging during this war, especially coming to these days, the last days of the war. He's getting more angry, and this is very clear in his messaging, using dirty language against the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians are not really taken seriously at this point.
But do you think that things have changed just in the last 24 hours? We've seen an expansion of targets from Israel and the US in Iran. Universities, petrochemical facilities hit, obviously bridges. And now we've seen threats and potentially what looked like an attack on train lines, which Israel had warned about just a few hours ago. As that list expands with less than 12 hours to go, does that not show you how serious Trump is at this point in time, that this time the deadline is different?
Yeah, well, the deadline might be different. We've seen the hitting on
But
Iran.
that he will follow through with that threat, that he will actually hit all the power plants that he's warned that he's going to do, wipe out every single one within 4 hours.
Yeah, well, that's a really hard, operational, basically impossibility to hit them all in a single hour. He needs thousands of hits to destroy Iran's power plants because Iran dispersed them around the country waiting because they knew.
But that is the threat. That is, he's going to do that within 4 hours of him telling his military to go for it.
Yeah, and how that can be a solution for him, for the energy markets. The Iranians will hit back. How that can land on energy markets. Will the Iranians capitulate on Hormuz if he does that? I don't see any really solution in targeting Iran in a harsher and more, a heavier way that he is threatening with. That is, I think the threat itself is meant to bear some fruits, but the Iranians are defying that and just saying, no, we didn't capitulate in the face of aggression from the two countries that attacked us. We won't capitulate in the face of a threat.
Does Tehran even want any sort of deal at this point in time, do you think? Or are they more than happy to see things continue like it is and the pressure to continue to mount on President Trump over the next few weeks? Or do they want this to come to a conclusion?
Of course. Their posture has been from the get-go, stop the war, then we can negotiate. The foreign minister said that, the president said that. Their main priority is actually to stop the war. And they're saying that you have to stop the war for us to negotiate. We won't negotiate under fire because that puts them in a weaker position on the table. They don't want that position. They want for the fighting to stop as the main condition for paving the way for a negotiated settlement on other issues.
Hassan, we'll have to leave it there for the moment, but we really do appreciate your time. No doubt we'll be talking to you through the hours as we continue to get updates. Hassan Ahmadian, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran.
Thank you.
The smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. And explosions have been reported in the city of Nahariya in northern Israel. That's after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon. At least 10 projectiles were launched towards the area. Israeli medics say 2 people were injured in the attack. Funida Ibrahim has the latest on these strikes from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank.
There has been an intensification of rockets being fired from Hezbollah into northern Israel. At times, these coincide with barrages coming from Iran being fired into central Israel around the same time. But when we talk about these rockets being fired from Hezbollah into the north, they've been causing damage. No casualties, according to the Israeli ambulance service. But at the same time, they keep sending people to shelters, millions of Israelis who have been questioning their government's strategy when it comes to undermining Hezbollah's capability. Now, according to Israeli officials over the past few weeks, they were saying that they had been underestimating the powers and the capabilities of Hezbollah, and that's why they're justifying their push towards southern Lebanon, saying that they need troops to go there to eliminate the threat of rockets being fired from Hezbollah. But that's also being contested by certain analysts who say that a significant number of rockets being fired into Israel come from northern Litani River. That's why also we've been seeing another push by Israeli military officials calling for an expansion of the area that Israel intends to occupy in southern Lebanon to include also areas north of the Litani River until Az-Zahrani River up to the or down to the Israeli-Lebanese border area. All of this is being seen as an attempt from the government to kind of diffuse responsibility, if you may. The army says and knows that it's unrealistic to disarm Hezbollah merely by occupying these areas, but the political Ashkelon has an election going on by the end of this year, and that's why they're pushing to show strength and force.
Iran has demanded that any deal with the United States should include an end to Israel's war in Lebanon and on all fronts. Zaina Hodder has the latest from Beirut.
From the start of this conflict, both Iran and Hezbollah made clear that they're one front, that the Lebanon front is not separated from the Iran front. Iran's response to the U.S. peace plan involves ending strikes on Lebanon, ending regional fighting against Iran's allies. This is not a new position. The Iranian foreign minister in the first week of the conflict said the war needs to stop across the entire region. There has been cooperation between Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, and they have not hidden this fact. In fact, the IRGC in the early days of the conflict talked about coordinating launches, as launches are, from Iran, launches from Lebanon. What they want to do is overwhelm Israel's air defenses and make it difficult for Israel. Hezbollah opened up a front, firing rockets across the border, saying it was in retaliation for the killing of the late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Later on, it said that its attacks are also in revenge for Israel's ongoing attacks against Lebanon. But Hezbollah's calculations are it believes it has more leverage when negotiating a regional deal, being part of a regional deal. And that's why it has repeatedly rejected calls by the Lebanese government to agree to direct negotiations with Israel to reach some sort of a ceasefire. But the biggest question is Israel's position. Israeli officials have made clear that they do not see these fronts as one, that they are not connected with each other. In fact, Israeli officials have been saying that the priority is not Lebanon for the time being. It will be once the war with Iran ends.
Turkish officials say 3 people attempted to carry out an attack near a building that houses the Israeli consulate. The governor of Istanbul says one of the attackers has been killed. It happened in one of the city's major financial districts. Authorities say they have identified all 3 attackers. Well, Sinem Kosiolu joins us now from Istanbul. And Sinem, first of all, can you just take us step by step through what we know happened so far?
Well, today around noontime, when the employees of all those plazas were having a lunch break, 3 attackers approached to the building, the tower, which is right in the middle right now. My cameraman is showing you. To perpetrate an attack. The Israeli consulate in Istanbul is located on the 7th floor of this tower. This is a triple tower complex. You have so many national and international companies operating through these towers. There are so many national banks headquarters around, and as you just walk a little bit far from this area, there's a residential area where you will see a lot of diplomatic missions of foreign countries in their Istanbul consulate building. So around noontime, 3 attackers approached towards the entrance, which is on the other side of the building. That is currently sealed by the security right now for security measures. They approached 3 people. One of them is said to be linked to a religious organization. There are reports that suggest that he was an ISIL member. The other 2 perpetrators who were siblings, they approached the building with long barrel weapons and guns. They tried to open fire. They were warned by the security, the police in front of the building, but they didn't listen. Then the fire exchange happened. And finally, the Turkish police were able to eliminate those people, those attackers in front of the building. 2 police officers are reported to be injured. According to the Interior Ministry, they are slightly injured and their health is in good condition right now. And as soon as the incident happened, where people were having their lunch breaks, smoking outside, we spoke to some eyewitnesses who work in those buildings, and they told us that it happened immediately. Everything happened so fast, and as per the security in front of the building, one of the attackers approached to him by saying Allahu Akbar, and that's how also we knew that he was linked to a religious organization. We don't have the details of the identities of those people, their life stories, but we know that they came to Istanbul with a rental car from the city of Kocaeli, again in the Marmara region, northwestern Turkey, a city which is very close to Istanbul. And as soon as we arrived to the scene, there was a huge traffic jam, by the way, because of the security measures. We saw people, the employees of those buildings, waiting outside at the building. Some of them were trying to leave the area, and now we are reporting from in front of the building, a spot that is spared by the by the police for us. Also, on the other side, we heard from the Israeli Foreign Ministry sources that in this building where the consulate is located, and also in the embassy building in the Turkish capital, Ankara, there have been no Israeli diplomats operating for the last 2.5 years. As the Gaza war started, the strained relations between Israel and Turkey that started to mend after 2018 were strained much more again, and the area has been seen to several anti-Israel protests by the angry Turkish protesters who were trying to show solidarity with Gaza and show their reaction against the Israeli war crimes against the Palestinians. And since then, the Israeli diplomats were lifted. According to Israeli Foreign Ministry sources, there is no even visa activation, no operation regarding to visa in these buildings either. The motives of the attackers are unknown, and these are all what we can report for now. Back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Sinem Kosioglu there for us in Istanbul. Well, you're watching Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. This is the latest. This hour, there's been extensive damage in Tehran and other parts of Iran as US and Israeli attacks continue. Several railway lines, bridges and power lines have been hit across the country. There are also reports of a US-Israeli attack on Iran's Karg Island. President Donald Trump has issued another threat to Iran. In a post on social media, he said he will destroy an entire civilization tonight. Earlier, Iran's IRGC warned that if the US crosses its red lines, it will respond beyond the region. This comes as his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz expires on early Wednesday morning, Iran time. Well, joining me once again is Hassan Ahmadi, Associate Professor at the University of Tehran. Thanks for sticking around to talk us through all of this a little bit further. Donald Trump's Truth Social post from just 15, 20 minutes ago, basically saying that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Do his threats change anything of the realities of what is happening right now?
I don't think that will have an effect on Iran's war efforts. You see him threatening war crimes. Basically, it's a war crime. He's been doing war crimes. It's the first time in the history of the world that we know that a leader is announcing that he will commit war crimes, and he's bragging about them. Remember the bridge he put on his social, Truth Social, and many of the other images that he bragged about. He's now threatening Iran with wiping out its entire civilization, which I think is an exaggeration meant to push the Iranians back, to make them think twice, and basically capitulate as he wants them to. And that's, I think, is far-fetched for two basic reasons. The first is that if Iran agrees, its entire, basically, deterrence will be shredded away. And secondly, he didn't manage to get what he was after through military means, that he's working around the clock, has been working around the clock for 38 days. He won't get it by a tweet or by a post on Truth Social.
But he is taking action. We're getting reports that there have been more than 50 military targets hit on Karg Island. We've seen a big uptick in Israeli attacks on petrochemical sites in Iran, as well as train lines being hit as well. So there is, before the deadline, they're already following through on a number of these threats, aren't they?
They are. They have been doing that for the past more than a week now. Very clearly, they're targeting infrastructure, civilian places. I mean, nothing to do with military.
Because in the last 12 hours or so, there have been, a huge number of strikes right across the country.
Yeah, what I meant to say is that from more than a week now, they've been targeting civilian and infrastructure, so civilian positions and infrastructure. That didn't change Iran's military posture. I don't think them upping up the NT would change Iran's calculus, because it's basically what Trump is demanding Iranians is, you have to lose. It's not a win-win solution. It's a basically zero-sum game that he's playing. And for Iran to agree to capitulate to his demands would mean the country won't basically have any deterrence, because he will pile up more pressure moving forward threatening the country with wiping out its civilization. And then, the Iranians have to capitulate time and time again. They won't go to that because of this. And I think that's basically has been channeled from the get-go, from the beginning of the war. The Iranians had a very clear objective. We won't allow the U.S. to get to where it wants to get through war. And I think they will continue. They won't allow it to get where it wants to be through threats.
Okay. We're, less than 12 hours away now from this Donald Trump's deadline. If he was to follow through on his threat to wipe out every single power plant in the country within a few hours, what would the impact be? What would it do? Would it wipe out the civilization like he's claiming? Just on that point, what would be the outcome of that if he was to destroy every plant?
Well, if he does that, I mean, it will take him at least a week to do what he's saying he will do. The Iranians will go really heavy on the targets in Israel and around the region, trying to stop.
But before that, before they retaliate, what would be the reality for people in Iran?
It's been harsh. It's been really, on a daily basis. They've been bombed, schools, hospitals, everything.
But this would be on a level unseen before, despite the 13 or 14,000 missions that the Israelis and Americans have done so far in the last 5 or so weeks.
That's what he's claiming. I mean, capability is one thing and willingness is another, and threats is a third reality. So we don't know how much these three are matching in these threats. But be it as it may, if he follows through with this, of course, that will increase the pressure on the Iranians and their daily lives. But at the same time, I think Iran's war efforts would continue to push back against him through expanding their list of targets around the region, specifically on Israel, hoping that they will deter him from further escalation.
We heard from Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson a little while ago, basically saying that we're at a point now where this could easily spiral completely out of control. How much consideration is Iran giving to its neighbours in the GCC at this point in time, looking beyond what happens in the next week or so, and going that at some point they're going to have to deal with these neighbours? And is there any resistance or consideration given by Tehran at this point in time to what the GCC is saying?
They're basically at the receiving end of an aggression never seen before, at a scale never seen before. Their main priority is to push back against the aggressors and stop the war on their country. Relations are important to Iran. They have been working on them for over a decade now in their neighborhood policy. That was the term they used time and time again, Iranian officials. But now you have a priority. You need to basically push back against this existential war. And so other stuff are basically of secondary importance. At the same time, they're asking their neighbors to stop the U.S. from usage of their airspace and lands in its war against Iran, hoping that this will bring an end to the U.S. military efforts against Iran. Now, I think we've seen Iran bringing down the level of its attacks on Qatar, for instance. That didn't happen for no reason. I think there have been, my perception or my feeling is that there have been some back and forth that led to this reality. Iran is hoping for that to happen with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, with Kuwait, and with Bahrain, for them to get out of this. Iran's war is with the United States and Israel. It's not with its neighbors. And they feel they can channel that. Of course, with them being used according to the Iranian narrative, their lands, their space, Iranians find it hard not to retaliate against these places because they see them as part of the aggression on Iran.
At the same time, there's obviously still negotiations or push for negotiations, some sort of deal to be done before this does spiral further out of control. What hope do you place on those?
Well, so far, the U.S. proposal has been you have to open the strait and then we'll talk about reparation or sanctions relief, which Iran doesn't trust because now it has the cards in its hand. It won't lay them down for hopes that the United States, that reneged on every commitment it made to Iran to come back and commit to sanctions relief or reparation, anything. So they won't lay down their cards. That's what the Iranians told the Pakistanis in their proposal, counter-proposal, basically. They said, we need reparations, we need sanctions relief, and then we will open the strait based on, of course, a framework agreed upon regionally. I think the Iranians will go for that because absent that, they won't have the means to deal with the aftermath of the war, that is rebuilding and, trying to bring back to life their economy that was severely hit by sanctions and now by the war.
Donald Trump said on Monday at the White House that if it was up to him, that he would stay and take all of Iran's oil. To the victors go the spoils. And the only reason that he wasn't doing that was because the war is obviously so deeply unpopular in the United States that he didn't feel politically able to do so. What did you make of that comment in particular?
Well, that's basically a colonial orientalist view of Iran and the Iranians. No nation, sovereign nation would accept, no matter what the political system is, even if it's not the Islamic Republic, any system won't agree to that, won't capitulate to that. I think that's basically this colonial language that I don't know where he's getting from, but obviously he did it with Venezuela, though Venezuelan oil is not in his hand, but he's trying to say that I made something out of it. Now he's talking about Iran with the same language. I have to remind you, back in 1953, when the United States did the coup against Iran's elected prime minister to retake its oil, that led to the Islamic Revolution and the hostility that ensued for 5 decades. The aggression at this scale with the aim of, retaking Iran's national wealth won't really have a result other than more hostility to come between the two nations.
Do you think that Trump, with those comments, actually showed his hand, though, that this really is all about oil and everything else was just an excuse, whether it was regime change or destroying Iran's missile capabilities or its nuclear capabilities, that really, for him, for the US Trump administration, it's all about securing the oil?
Of course. I mean, anyone with common sense would have seen that. He doesn't care about democracy in Iran. His allies are not democratic. He doesn't talk about their people, their regimes. He only talks about Iran because Iran is independent, and he doesn't like that. And the basic goal, if it's not about regime change, and I think it was because he thought with the downfall of the Islamic Republic, he would have the wealth of the Iranian nation in his hand. Then it's about the wealth of the Iranian nation. And I think that has been clear to the Iranians. Many Iranian officials and also elite, scholars have been talking about this.
What do you think potentially could happen here from this point on? We've seen Donald Trump continuously move deadlines. It was 48 hours, then 5 days, then 10. What are the repercussions of that, of him pushing those deadlines further and further back? Or do you think we're at a point now that he does have to follow through?
There's an asymmetry there. The Iranians built their strong position in this war under bombardment. Now, with him not getting to where he wanted to be and getting basically bringing in the Iranians to where he wanted them to be, now he's trying to balance Iran's cards that it made during the war with threats. So there's an asymmetry in the capabilities in both between Iran and the United States, with Iran holding the cards and the United States threatening for Iran to let go of the cards. I think he doesn't have really big options. He can destroy, he can do a lot, but look at the impact of this on oil markets. Would it be ideal to him or any other country using this oil and gas in the region? And if Iran retaliates with the same magnitude, what would that bring to the oil markets and the entirety of the global economy? That, I think, is not his goal, but I think the threat is meant to change Iran's position, which we don't see changing.
Hassan, stay with us. I just want to bring everyone's attention to the very latest. If you're just joining us, US President Donald Trump has posted yet another threat on his social media. He said, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Well, joining us here, along with Hassan Ahmadian, is Abdullah Bandar Al-Tabi. He's an assistant professor in international affairs at Qatar University. Thanks so much for stepping in and speaking to us about all of this. If we can just stick with Donald Trump's latest comments, what do you make of these threats? Do they change anything at all?
Well, that's a good question, Tom. I think today is a big day. We are in the final hours of his deadline. We don't know yet what will be coming to the region and to the world, basically. I mean, we see some contradictions in Trump's post, to be honest, because he's talking about civilization, and does he want to end the civilization or does he want to end the regime? That's the question, because civilization is connected and linked to people, Tom. It's not linked to, it's different than the regime. And when it comes to Iran and the situation inside Iran, I think it's quite clear that there is internal problems with the RGC and other moderates. We heard Jawad Zarif article. We heard about from Rouhani as well. There's a big fight inside. But the thing is escalation in favor of the region. It's going to help the region. It's going to help the world, because we know that the region has been into chaos for centuries now, for decades. Sorry. For decades, we have been having conflicts. We've been having so many conflicts. Like recently, we've been seeing the conflicts in Gaza and how this is actually having a lot of consequences on the region and on the regional security. We saw Iran with the proxies, and where we have two big projects, the Israeli and Iranian are trying to shape the region in a way. Now it's time for pressure on Iran to get it out of the picture, I believe. And this is what the Israelis want, and this is what the Israelis is pushing for.
Do you think that, like we heard from the Qatar Foreign Ministry spokesperson a little while ago, that we are at a tipping point, that this really is, we're on the ledge of this spiraling completely out of control? And do you think that anything can stop that from happening, or is it inevitable that that is what we're going to see play out in the coming hours?
Well, there's always a chance for diplomacy. I think there are two teams at the moment. They're racing, one for escalation, one for de-escalation. We know that the team for that's going for escalation. We know that there's Israel on the list, and there are some key policymakers in the US. They are actually pushing for more escalation in the region. But we have de-escalation team. We have Pakistan there. We have maybe Oman. We heard about a protocol they're working on with the Iranians, and this could be a good sign. But I don't think the region countries actually trust that protocol, because you can't actually impose money on countries. This is not how you deal with straits. This is actually a strait. This is not a canal. So you can't be doing this. But I think that both teams are racing, and the final decision will be with President Trump. I think he is controlling the war. He is the one who could end the war. Who is the one who could escalate it even more. So yeah.
Hassan, do you agree with that, though, that it is up to Donald Trump whether this continues or not? Because obviously the Iranians are going to have a say in what happens as well.
Of course. I think Iran's options are rather limited. Trump might have more options.
What are they limited to?
They are limited because any step back, as I said earlier, would lead to many more. They don't want to put themselves in that position.
So what are their options right now then?
They basically would fight back if he escalates. They would stop if he stops. And so they've been clear, I mean, very consistent from the early days of this war, that stopping the war by the United States, we will agree to go for a ceasefire. And so that's their position. Linking that to Iran's concessions won't land well in Iran, as we've seen in the past few days. The Iranians have been saying that you can't basically ask us to give us our cards, including in Hormuz, because, in accordance with international law, the Iranians are saying it's wartime. We have to manage it to make sure that it's not used against us by our enemies that is attacking us. And so they're saying that you have to stop the war and then we will go for a negotiated settlement. They went for a regional framework with Oman to formalize this vision that we are not up for, imposing sovereignty on this international waterway. Now, of course, there are difference of opinion, as Abdullah was talking about, but that's the position there. This is a card that they are not going to let go of unless and until there's a cessation of hostility.
Okay, I want to bring in I just want to bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who joins us from the White House. Now, Kimberly, Donald Trump has just minutes ago said he's going to wipe out a whole civilization tonight, potentially. He doesn't want it to happen, but he said he's willing to do that. What does that tell us about his mindset at this point in time, about 11 hours out from the deadline that he set?
Well, I'm not a psychologist, so I can't tell you about Donald Trump's mindset. But what I can tell you is that this is far beyond conventional strike language. It is existential language. And what we see in this tweet from the U.S. president, when he says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. What this is framing it as a deadline moment for Iran to make a deal. This comes on the heels of his threat on Monday that he would strike bridges, that he would strike civilian infrastructure, and that it would be done by 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. time, and that if there isn't a deal by that time, then 4 hours later, there would be mass destruction. So what this means is maximum escalation rhetoric. And we know that this is certainly a bit of a built-in contradiction in this post, because what he's signaling as well is a level of reluctance, saying, I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. That suggests to most people that there is this inevitability, that this decision has already been made. And so as a result, what Donald Trump is doing is threatening the worst outcome with this post, saying that he means business. It perhaps also signals that he believes that Iran is not taking him seriously. So he's doubling down on his threat that he wants the Strait of Hormuz opened, or this could signal that there is going to be some sort of existential threat to Iran. Now, the bottom line is this is definitely more than political messaging. This is dangerous escalation, and it is being met with alarm in Washington. What I can tell you is that this deadline diplomacy that we had on Monday now appears to be collapsing, because it appears that Donald Trump is signaling that military escalation is somewhat inevitable. And he's shrugging his shoulders, suggesting that, this is the way it's got to be. I didn't want to do it, but here we go. And so it's really just trying to justify the massive escalation of military action and possibly, again, beyond conventional strikes.
Okay, thanks so much, Kimberly. Stay with us. We're going to bring in David DeRoche now, a former Pentagon Director of Arabian Peninsula Affairs. Thanks for joining us, David. As we heard Kimberly saying there, does it feel like there's an inevitability at this point in time to what Trump is threatening?
I don't think so. I mean, it was only 3 weeks ago that people were saying taco, Trump always chickens out. And look, he doesn't speak the way a diplomat or even a general speaks. He speaks the way that kind of the more boisterous man at the end of the bar in America speaks. He uses language imprecisely. And I think he also believes in keeping his adversaries off balance. So I wouldn't be surprised if the deadline passes with little or no action, and just, to stress Iranian security forces. And perhaps there'll be a feint or a diversion to another form of attack. But all that being said, let's look at what's going on here. Iran's military successes are against neutral states and neutral civilian shipping. They are blocking third-party neutral civilian shipping in international waters and in Omani territorial waters, not in Iranian waters. That is extortion. It's unacceptable. It's leaving a global economic disruption. The Singaporean foreign minister just noted the other day that actually more oil passes past Singapore than through the Strait of Hormuz. And, you have to wonder if this can be allowed to stand. I think that was a very, very elegantly coded message to China saying, guys, you got to weigh in on this. And I think that Americans want to see President Trump take some action to bring down gasoline prices here. That's one of them. So I wouldn't take him literally, but I would take him very, very, very seriously.
Okay, Abdullah, if I can bring you back in. Obviously, America worried about gas prices. Slightly different concern for the Gulf states, though, because as we heard, this could spiral out of control and have a direct, literal impact on many countries here. What is their position at this point in time, do you think, in terms of trying to make sure that this doesn't escalate further?
Well, the GCC countries, I think they are pushing for de-escalation, but in different ways. We see the Emiratis and the Bahrainis, they went to the Security Council to have a global reaction to what's happening to the illegal situation of the Strait of Hormuz. We saw Qatar indirectly being involved in mediation or asking to be, not like it's not directly involved, but it could offer some help. Saudis are part of the diplomacy in Pakistan. So we saw different approaches in the region, but all of them goes one direction, with de-escalation, with stability, and this is the major thing, because what is happening at the moment is not helping anybody, and that situation of the attacks on critical civilian infrastructure, energy as well, this is not helping anybody, and we saw that being echoed by the Iranians with attacking neighboring countries. So this is not actually helping. This is putting everything in a more complicated way.
I just want to bring everyone's attention to some new pictures that we've just received into the newsroom from Tabriz in Iran, where there have been more strikes. Obviously, we've seen a huge increase in attacks from both Israel and the United States over the last 12 or so hours, right around the country, including Karg Island, where there are some American reports that 50 different sites have been hit on the island. Kimberly, if I can bring you back in once again, we heard Donald Trump say yesterday that if it was up to him, that he would stay and go after Iran's oil. But it wasn't because the war seemingly is so unpopular that he's not allowed to do that. How have those comments been received?
Well, I think that most Americans are gravely concerned that the U.S. president has been blatantly threatening to commit war crimes. And honestly, it is reckless given the fact that once the U.S. midterm elections come around in November, and given the fact that this war is so popular with a majority of Americans opposed to us, believing it's in Israel's interest, not the United States, the U.S. president is playing with fire. He does face the potential of a Democrat-controlled Congress that could, at minimum, impeach him for these actions. And so the U.S. president seems to be going for broke with some of these comments, given the fact that to target civilian energy infrastructure, to target infrastructure like bridges, and to target and take the oil, as you point out, this is all very expressly laid out in the laws of war. And it says that this is for civilian purposes, and to target these sorts of things is a war crime. So the U.S. president is definitely escalating, and many believed that this was as far as he would go with threatening to commit war crimes. But now it appears, and I have to differ with your analyst in the studio there, that the U.S. president is not deliberately using escalatory language with consequence, because what we've seen thus far is that the U.S. president has already escalated with consequence with the strikes on Iran, and the fact that this has played out now for weeks. It is a worst case scenario for most Americans. They didn't believe that the U.S. president would actually follow through on this. And now they realize that this is a president that doesn't appear to have any limits, that he has got one goal, and that is not only to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon, but also to see the Strait of Hormuz open. Now, the question becomes, how is the U.S. president intending to achieve this if the Iranians do not comply? And that's, I think, what most fear. What we've had in the United States is not only alarm in recent days over the vernacular that the U.S. president is using, but also the suggestion particularly with this latest post on Truth Social that is using existential language for Iran. There's only one way, and I don't want to say it out loud, but there's only one way to achieve that, and to achieve it in such a short period of time. And that is obviously a worst case scenario for most Americans who hope this is a joke, but fear it's not.
David, if I can bring you in very quickly, we've got less than a minute. Donald Trump said that he would be able to wipe out all of Iran's power plants in 4 hours. Is the US able to do that?
Yeah. If you look at the Kosovo campaign that was done, of course, Iran is a much bigger plant than Kosovo. So it would be all of the plants above a certain production threshold, and that would just be limited by the amount of airframes we have. Yeah, they might not be completely destroyed, but we're capable of putting them out of operation for a pretty extended period of time.
Okay, thanks so much, David. David, Abdullah, Hassan and Kimberly, we really do appreciate your time and talking us through all of these latest developments. Well, this is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Tom McRae. Coming up over the next 60 minutes, Donald Trump warns a whole civilization will die tonight as his deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz draws near. The US and Israel carry out strikes across Iran with railways and bridges targeted. There are also reports of attacks against Karg Island. Smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. And Turkey says its security forces have thwarted a terrorist attack against a building housing the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. At least one attacker has been killed. And turning food waste into fuel, we report on how Gaza is making cooking gas and fertilizer from scraps and leftovers. Within the last hour, President Donald Trump has issued another threat to Iran, this time threatening the deaths of a whole civilization. His warning comes ahead of his deadline, which will expire in 11 hours for Iran to reach a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In a post on social media, he said a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, he went on to say. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. And that we will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. We're going to go straight to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's been standing by. Trump's threat, a whole civilization could die tonight, says Trump. Is there a sense of inevitability about his statement?
Yeah, the U.S. president suggesting that in his post, the fact that this is maximum escalation rhetoric by the U.S. president, even by Donald Trump's standards. Now, this is language that's far beyond conventional strike language. This is about threatening an entire civilization, an existential threat. Now, few Americans have an appreciation of the scale and size of the country of Iran. And so this is alarming, given the fact that those who do understand and know how large it is, it would take an incredible amount of firepower in order to achieve that goal. And so that is what's most alarming to most Americans, the fact that the U.S. president has upped the ante. One day after saying that he would hit power plants, bridges, energy sites, now he is shifting towards that deadline of saying that there is now an existential threat far beyond hitting infrastructure, but instead hitting an entire civilization. The U.S. president's wording was very expressly worded in his Truth Social post. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And that inevitability, I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. It's almost as if the U.S. president is washing his hands of responsibility, saying his hands are tied. If Iran chooses to go past the 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. deadline of opening the Strait of Hormuz, then I will have to follow through on my threats of carrying out now what he says is an existential threat to Iran by midnight Washington, D.C. time.
Kimberly, it's Niamh Barker taking over from Tom McRae. Just a follow-up question for you, Kimberly. Talk us through the logic of the ultimatum. How is that going down in a bipartisan sense on Capitol Hill?
Congress is incredibly silent right now in terms of exercising the might that it has in order to restrain the president. This appears to be a president that is acting unchecked and has been for some time, which signals a couple of things. That there is a shared desire to achieve the outcome the U.S. president is searching for, even as they may say publicly just the opposite. It appears, and we know that there are Israeli interests that control the U.S. Congress quite extensively, as well as this president. And it appears that that is what is playing out here in Washington, D.C. Now, sure, there are notable exceptions in the U.S. Congress, but to see this level of silence from Capitol Hill en masse is pretty shocking for somebody who's covered the Iraq War and also the invasion of Afghanistan. This is notable. There's no demand for further votes in Congress. So it seems to be tied to an inevitability on Capitol Hill, as well as on the part of the president. Again, he says, I don't want this to happen, but it probably will. Really does signal that he is intending to go through with something fairly catastrophic if the Strait of Hormuz is not opened by his self-imposed and arbitrary deadline.
Kimberly, many thanks. We will, of course, keep a close eye on all the lines coming out of the US and, of course, the region. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Joining me here in the studio is Hassan Ahmadian. He's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. And I'm also joined by Abdullah Bandar Al-Ataibi. He's an assistant professor in international affairs at Qatar University. Thanks for staying with us. And just to add to that, we have David DeRoche. He's a former Pentagon director of Arabian Peninsula Affairs. Don't want to miss you out, of course, David. He's also a former colonel with extensive experience in special operations. He's with us from Washington, D.C. Warm welcome to all three of you. Look, let's start with you, Hassan, if we may, because the White House is threatening complete decimation. The latest lines are a whole civilization will die tonight. That's a civilization 5,000 years old that has resisted so many attempts at takeover over the years. Is the leadership in Iran truly prepared, though, for what might come in its direction?
I think they are. What we hear from Iranian commanders and officials suggests that they will up the ante if the United States is to do so. Now, they're threatening war crimes on magnitude that they say never seen before. That's, I think, the Iranians have reacted to by saying that we will do the same. We will go harsher the other way around against U.S. allies, specifically Israel. And so I don't see, how that will help the United States in terms of global economy, energy markets. But that's the threat. My interpretation is that he wants to change Iran's calculus based on a threat. Now that he couldn't change its calculus based on the military campaign, and Iran basically gained more leverage in the Strait, but also by linking its security to global markets. He wants to deprive it of that with a single threat. I don't see the Iranians capitulating to
All right,
that.
let me put that to you, David, if I may. I mean, in any other century, we would call this gunboat diplomacy, even a kind of declaration of war. The threat of complete decimation hanging over Iran right now, is that really going to bring anybody to the negotiating table?
Well, it's a credible threat. It always does. I mean, the Ayatollah Khomeini negotiated with Saddam Hussein because of the level of the threat. So it's not the way that I would do it. But, when you look at how President Trump approaches these things, he seems to, over the course of, say, 2 days, you'll get everything from let's meet and hash out our differences. This doesn't have to go on forever to you're going to be back in the Stone Age if you don't do what I say. Iranian behavior shows that they respond, as any rational human being does, to a situation that's hopeless. I think what's driving President Trump crazy is that the Iranian response has been directed not against the forces that are attacking Iran, but against neutral civilian states and neutral civilian shipping in international waters. And he just has limited ability to deal with that.
Well, let's put that to you, Abdullah, if I may, because you study regional interdependence. I mean, if Iran's power grid is decimated tonight, I mean, can Qatar, neighboring economies, really weather this?
Well, definitely. Whatever happens in the region will affect every country. I mean, this is normal. This is important. At the end of the day, we're sharing the same geography. Whatever happens in Iran will have its consequences on the region, and we're sharing valuable things together as well as the region. We're sharing the LNG, like when it comes to Qatar and in Iran. There is the Strait as well, which is something we all rely on, and the legality of it is actually being questioned the whole time. This is illegal to happen in the first place, where Iran is imposing it. So what we are witnessing now is the final hours of Trump's deadline. It's important to keep an attention that there is a race.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Abdullah, because we're going to listen to Recep Tayyip Erdogan speaking in Turkey on the recent attack in Istanbul.
For the sake of our country and for the sake of our people, to all the programmers in the defensive industry, to everyone there, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I believe in the administration and the administrative efforts that paved the way for having a big defensive industry. May God bless you all. Turkey is a strong country. Turkey is a country that has impact and influence. That's why you are the ones who are boosting the efforts of Turkey for that purpose. I'd like to express my thanks, and may Allah bless you. Today, in the path of Turkey for improving the industrial defensive project, I'd like to say that we will increase our establishment in this regard, and we will boost the centers that are quite...
Right, we're going to come away from that press conference by the Turkish president. We will obviously keep a close eye on whether he reflects in any way that shooting that took place near the Israeli consulate in Istanbul, and dip in, obviously, if anything important emerges. But we'll leave it for the time being, return to our conversation. I was speaking to you, Abdullah, about the impact on the GCC here and what calculations they're likely going to be putting into force and working out right now, given their geography. They're perilously close to a highly kinetic situation right now, highly unpredictable situation right now. They cannot do anything, as you were saying, when it comes to the geography. But for instance, if the waterway, the Strait of Hormuz, remains blocked, the strikes happen tomorrow, I mean, what is the Gulf, what is the Gulf going to do as a plan B to ensure that these energy economies are able to survive in the short and the long term?
I mean, it's hard to give an answer at the moment, because when the attacks takes place, if against Iran, then you will have to pay attention to that. The situation inside Iran, the IRGC, they are not centralized in a way, they're decentralized. So if an attack on one city, then you could find them attacking and trying to block Strait of Hormuz even more. Because we know the Strait of Hormuz at the moment is a more selective option for IRGC. They're allowing some, but they don't allow the other people. In their way of dealing with quote-unquote enemies. And this is quite frank about it. They are. And so this is one thing. Secondly, I think that the GCC and the regional countries will be paying attention to the proxies. Because if Iran is under attack by the US and Israel, then they might be very busy handling that attack. So the proxies might be having they're having something on their list. They're going to be attacking the regional countries. So I think the regional countries will be paying more attention to the proxies as well as Iran, for sure.
Well, we're looking at, obviously, a what-if situation at the moment, aren't we? What if there isn't an agreement reached? What if there isn't a solution, essentially a doomsday scenario? But we are aware of at least some negotiation efforts going on behind the scenes. The intensity of that effort, unclear to say right now. But Hassan,
one of the key issues that Iran is demanding is billions of dollars in reparations for recent strikes before they'll even consider reopening the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, is this really a serious negotiating point, or is Tehran simply trying to set a condition it knows that Trump will never agree to?
I don't think they think that way. They know for a fact, based on the past 2 decades, the United States will not, and Israel will not stop the war on Iran. It might stop, they might stop the shooting, but their economic warfare, their intelligence warfare, their operations, assassinations in Iran are to continue. And now Iran is demanding reparations and sanctions relief, because if Iran is to get out of this ruins without means to remedy what they did illegally, then it won't have the tools to deal with the situation that comes after that. But talking about this situation, I think it's important also to note with regards to what Dave said. I mean, it's the United States putting all the region at harm's way and then crying wolf when Iran retaliates. That's the situation seen from Tehran, using the entire region and forcing it to this dismay.
Let me
based on
that,
another point that he mentioned is the legality of Iran's actions in the Strait of Hormuz. You see, nothing has been legal with regards to the entirety of this war. They breached all international law articles related to armed conflict, and they violated every single legal frame with waging this war crimes on air. The president is threatening war crimes.
All right.
If not,
Hassan, we'll come to that in a second. I want to put what you're saying to David, because what Hassan is saying here is essentially the America First principle. It's happy to view the GCC as kind of inevitable collateral.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, look, I can call the president a doddering old fool and still have my job and still walk around the country. Hassan's a great scholar, but he comes from a country where if he were to criticize his regime and he comes home, his situation would be very different from mine. So a couple things. So first off, the GCC imposed conditions and restraints on the United States. The bases that we have in the GCC are for the defense of GCC countries, and they can dictate how they are used. And in this instance, they said, we don't want to be part of any attack on Iran. The United States respected that, went to great lengths, put their air crew at great risk, flying thousands of miles, imposing stress on the whole operation, conduct these operations. The Iranian response was to attack these neutral nations. And the length and the duration and the targeting, based particularly at the UAE, at their civilian infrastructure at Dubai Airport, suggests that this is not a proportionate or reciprocal response aimed at a military threat. It is aimed at destroying an alternative Islamic model of prosperity that people within Iran see, envy, and when they see the success of Dubai and Doha, they say, gosh, why don't we have that? Then they look at the IRGC, which controls 45% of the Iranian economy. They look at the predictions that Tehran was going to run out of water because the IRGC was in charge of construction of the aqueducts, and so there's a broader project here in the Iranian
I get what you're saying, and I want to bring in Hassan on that in a minute. But first to you, Abdullah. What David is essentially saying is that there's almost a form of kind of proximity envy when it comes to Iran and the success that we've seen in the Gulf states. These are fellow Muslim brotherly nations, as they've been described by Tehran in the past, and that the reason why they're being attacked, says David, it's not really entirely to do with the US presence here. It's to do with a way of punishing geographic proximity purely on the basis of a kind of spite, is what David's implying.
Well, it has nothing to do with the US, because
success, you're saying, David. Success. So punishing a degree of success here. Over to you, Abdullah.
So yeah, basically, it's not about the U.S. presence. If we look back at the history, the 80s and 70s, the region had Iranian attacks and Iranian violent behavior towards Kuwait, for example. So where there was no U.S. presence. This is number one. Secondly, we talk about the Iran had the choice. Like when the US and Israel attacked Iran, in that case, Iran had no choice. But when it comes to attacking neighboring countries, Iran had the choice to attack these countries. And to know that these countries are not part of the war, they actually parties that worked really hard to prevent the war from happening in the first place. We talk about Oman, the lead mediator.
Key mediators of recent years.
The lead mediator in this matter, and we talk about Qatar mediator as well. So we talk about UAE with excellent economic ties with Iran and one of the biggest Iranian diaspora there. So we mentioning Iran is just breaking all the bridges with others.
All right, let's get a clear answer then from you, Hassan. Explain to us clearly, why has Iran struck these neutral GCC neighbors? These are mediated countries. These are countries that have very openly been described as brotherly Muslim nations. Why are they being attacked?
I think I would have taken these points by Dave and Abdullah more seriously if the Central Command didn't publish the pictures of missiles being launched. These are HIMARS, 300 to 500 kilometers of range, launched from somewhere in the desert. That's the footage that the CENTCOM published, basically. So they are basically telling Iran that these lands are being used. Now, I don't know why the Americans are doing that.
Well, we've had communique after communique from multiple GCC countries saying, look, we are neutral. As David says, airspace has been categorically denied to the Americans in multiple countries. You're saying that's not true?
That's basically the announcement, but what we see is the footage from the CENTCOM. Iranians are updating GCC officials on a daily basis when their lands and space is being used. Now, some of it might be inaccurate, but many of it is accurate according to Iranians and the footage they have and the the info they convey to their neighbors. But another point that Dave mentions, we know that this is not about democracy. So talking about Iran's regime as being undemocratic, I mean, U.S. allies are not democratic in this region. Israel committed a genocide with U.S. backing. So it's not about human rights or democracy. It's something different. So I don't take that argument seriously.
All right, point taken. Look, we're going to pause, gentlemen. We'll keep the conversation going, but we will check in now with our correspondent in Tehran, Tawhid Asadi. And Tawhid, we have had, of course, that all-important glimpse into the mindset of Donald Trump right now, threatening to erase the entire civilization of Iran. What about the mindset in Tehran right now?
Well, actually, as there was a heated discussion going on there, we here in Iran witnessed a continuation of airstrikes across the country, regardless of all these rhetorics coming from different places, from the US president, from the Israeli side. The reality on the ground is a huge amount of infrastructural damage that the country is facing. And first and foremost, that is going to put an enormous pressure on people, on Iranians who are already dealing with an intricate situation and a deteriorated economy. But speaking of the latest, we know that following the recent threatening language by the Israeli side about the attacks on the railway infrastructure of the country and basically the transportation of the country, we now see the translation of the threatening rhetoric into real act of aggression, targeting different places across the region. And we know that at least 3 important bridges, including one in Yahyabad in the city of Kashan, including one in Shahr-e-Rey. 2 of them are basically related to the railway lines, and one in the highway between Zanjan and Tehran. And obviously, we have other confirmed reports coming from Tehran, Karaj, Tabriz, Mianeh, Khorramshahr, Zanjan, Qom, and Kashan, in which we have the railway lines being targeted in the northeastern city of Mashhad and in Khuzestan in southwest of Iran. We know that scheduled trains have been postponed to a later time due to this recent threatening language, which is getting translated into attacks on the transportation infrastructure. the postponement is out there, but still we know that infrastructurally speaking, this is not limited to the transportation system. We know that universities are being targeted. Earlier in the morning, I was in the campus of Sharif University of Technology, in which several buildings of this university were heavily damaged as a result of the airstrikes. And we know that it's not the only university. The other day, I was also in the campus of Shahid Beheshti University, where a laser and plasma research institute was targeted, and the Ministry for Research, Science and Technology says that more than 30 universities were impacted, some of them directly hit, and added to that is obviously the more than 760 schools, according to the Red Crescent in Iran, that have been impacted, including the very first day when the Mina elementary school was attacked, in which at least 160 students, elementary students, were killed. And again, speaking of the infrastructure, we know that several hospitals, schools, healthcare facilities, roads, and oil depots, oil-related infrastructure have been attacked. And we've got this recent report from Mehr News Agency. They're talking about the attack on Khark Island. The military sites, according to the initial unconfirmed reports, have been targeted, and it is not the first time on the one hand. And on the other hand, the Iranian side is talking about widespread and devastating retaliation in case of attacks on civilian infrastructure of the country, and that is basically the reality on the ground. So at this point, while they are talking about a diplomatic engagement, and while the idea of a potential deal is on the table, it looks to be far from the reality on the ground in the battlefields.
Towhead, many thanks. Towhead Asadi there in Tehran. Well, we said goodbye to our previous guest, but we have a new guest now, Tim Constantine. He is a writer for the Washington Times and the host of the Capitol Hill show. Good to have you, Tim. So a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, says Donald Trump in his latest post. You've hosted the Capitol Hill show through 2 Donald Trump terms now. I mean, we know he loves a deadline. But what happens exactly at 8:01 Eastern Time, 00 GMT, if the strait is closed? If it doesn't become a total conflagration, what's the plan B?
Well, it's an interesting contradiction even within that one single post, because at the very beginning he says an entire civilization, and then at the very end he says, God bless the people of Iran.
Yeah, interesting.
And so it's an interesting contradiction even within that. And I think that lays out really a clue for us as to what could happen. I don't know that it's 1 minute past. I think that, you know, it could be, but they could wait a day. They could wait. Sometimes it's the quiet before the storm. They may wait a little bit strategically. I don't know. But I do expect that if we haven't seen some progress, some meaningful progress from Iran, that there will actually be some aggressive action from the United States this time. There are certain things I don't think we'll see. I don't think that at one point, there was only once I saw this, there was mention of a desalination plant. I don't think you'll see that for a variety of reasons. But I do think certain places, the energy grid is on the table, so to speak, for United States potential action. I'm not sure what to read. We've seen the Khark Island partial hits today with some of the military pieces of that puzzle. So does that have some meaning? I don't know. But I do think we will see a bigger step up. It's not that the hits haven't already been devastating there, but I think we're going to see something that's different unless there is something meaningful.
And that's the point. Unless we see meaningful progress, your words. I mean, the Iranians say they've handed over a counter-proposal to Pakistani mediators, and they're asking for permanent peace instead of some sort of 45-day ceasefire. Why is the White House dismissing that as not good enough even before the ink's dry?
Because permanent peace without any negotiation doesn't really mean anything. It means, okay, we give up and we've achieved nothing, and this was all for no purpose. I think the president laid out 3 objectives at the very beginning of this. He has been very consistent throughout. He'd like to see those objectives met. And you could make an argument that 2 out of the 3 may have been met. And perhaps if they could verify those things, that would be enough to walk away. But Iran has, rather than saying, all right, for example, we're willing to limit our nuclear development strictly to 20% enriched uranium as required for energy and we won't stockpile. Instead of just saying that, it's no, we're a sovereign nation. We can do whatever we want. We will continue to enrich as high as we want. We'll continue. There is no compromise whatsoever. And so there's not a whole lot of incentive for the United States to stop. I understand culturally there's two different approaches to this. But in the United States, in American culture, Western culture, if you are bargaining, each side gives a little bit. And from the American perception, Iran has given nothing to this point.
I mean, but at the same time, they face this sort of ultimatum logic, which is baffling an awful lot of people in this part of the world. I mean, essentially, you're asking for a sovereign nation to surrender whatever leverage it has over the Strait of Hormuz under the threat of a total infrastructure collapse, essentially at the barrel of a gun. I mean, this is the absolute definition of 19th century gunboat diplomacy.
Absolutely not. You and I see this very differently. You're asking a sovereign nation to honor international law. Iran doesn't have any right to control the Strait of Hormuz. The entire world believes that, except for Iran. So we're asking them to comply with international law.
You're in Doha. What happens if the US decimates Iran's grid tonight? I mean, the fallout will be on multiple levels. It'll be humanitarian, it'll be environmental. Obviously, there'll be a military toll to all of this as well. I mean, but you know as well as I do that this will hit America's allies first. Is that reasonable collateral in the America First doctrine?
I think the question, and I think part of the equation for the United States State Department and the United States military is determining how much they honestly believe the Iranian military has left. And while Iran has threatened all kinds of activity, and they certainly have some missiles and some drones left, how farly degraded are they? And if the United States has some confidence that their missile program has been degraded to the point, because even when they had thousands of missiles and thousands of drones, they were failing at a 92% rate. They were being shot down at a 92% rate. So if at this point they have, and I'm making these numbers up, they're based on nothing, but if they have 300 drones left and 100 missiles left, then 92% of those.
Here. A lot of what ifs here.
No, they are what ifs from my standpoint, because let me finish the point. I don't have the information that the State Department or the Defense Department has. I'm giving you numbers for percentage standpoints, not because of what if. I'm just trying to make it easy for you so you can follow me. But obviously, the military and the State Department is going to have much more information than I am.
Is that information shared with the GCC briefly, do you think?
I would think to some extent, yes, probably not in its entirety, but the President of the United States has a great relationship with the leadership in Saudi, with Qatar, with UAE, and throughout the region. So I would think, all of them are concerned what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. I don't think they're going to be left with a blindfold on.
All right. Tim, many thanks. Tim Constantine, for the Washington Times writer and also host of the Capitol Hill Show. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Now, Abbas Akundi is the former Minister for Roads and Urban Development in Iran. He's also a professor at Tehran University. He joins us from the Iranian capital. Welcome to the program. Can I start by asking you to reflect upon this looming ultimatum from the US president? Ahead of that, we've already started to see key infrastructure hit in multiple locations across the country. How are you reflecting on this moment?
Thank you for having me. That's a very, very hard situation for us, because I'm as a Minister of Infrastructure. I know how difficult it is building this infrastructure. Particularly, we build all these infrastructures under the U.S. sanctions. So every meter that we have built for roads or railroads, ports, other infrastructures, they have been very hard for us. But however, so they are very, very our wealth that they are destroyed by these hooligans that are living in the White House in US.
Right, hooligans living in the White House, you call them. Israel has also issued a warning for people to stay away from trains, railways, railway stations. I mean, what are the implications of that warning? Is that message being conveyed clearly to the people of Tehran that they're at risk, and indeed elsewhere in the country?
Yes, that's very, very, how I can put it, because they are destroying all our infrastructures, but just they are saying that we warn people just to go away from the railroads, but it doesn't make sense. You know that destroying all the infrastructures and civil structures are war crimes. So that it's obvious that U.S. officials are committing that war crime and they are war criminals. It is very, very obvious for everything. Even if you listen to the Tom Fletcher as well, he has said that this is war crime, and also I heard that the president of the EU as well, he said as well, this is war crime. So they are committing some war crime. It is obvious war crime.
You are also, as we said in your introduction, you're also a professor at university in Tehran. What are your thoughts on places of education being recently struck? Multiple locations in Tehran have been destroyed, key facilities we're talking about. Israel argues that those facilities are being used to assist Iran's war efforts, and as such, they are, by extension, IRGC targets. What do you think of those claims?
It's obvious that these are just play and excuse. When you are targeting all the railroads across the world from Tehran to the northwest and east, so you are saying that all of these has been used for the RIGC, or when you are destroying the universities. These are very, I think it's very, very obvious that these are no sense for such claim.
The bottom line is that following Iran's eye for an eye doctrine, what the GCC is concerned about is if key infrastructure is hit in Iran by the United States and Israel, that it will be the GCC states that also have infrastructure devastated. If you were in government right now, where would you draw the red line when it comes to essentially burning diplomatic bridges with your closest geographical neighbors?
This is a very complicated issue. That's right. That's a very, very critical issue. Just I would like to say something in this regard, because you know that we in the region, we as well the South Persian Gulf countries, we are in the center of the global value chains and also the global supply chain. So we always, during these 50 years, try just to keep open and just to facilitate using these infrastructures for the global trade for whatever the countries that they wanted just to use these infrastructures. So we always were sit in the positive side of these infrastructures. We never use just to put any embargo on the using the Hormuz Strait during these 50 years. But when we are facing with such a brutal strike on our infrastructures, what do you think we can do? This is one thing that you know that this war essentially is unlawful. This is obvious for every country that this war from the beginning was unlawful. And so when the Trump threatens that he is going just to destroy all the infrastructures, this is a very, very obvious threat of the people, and this is also unlawful, and this is a war crime. So you know about this.
Understood.
But now we are facing with the so we are wasting.
Sorry, finish your point.
Please carry on. The point that I would like to make is that now, regarding our southern neighbors, how we can deal with them. There are two very, very crucial points. One, however, the land, sea, and air of these countries are used by Israel and US just to attack us.
Well, there's no evidence of that
So
that we are aware of.
somehow-
I have to add that to your statement. But I hear what you're saying.
It is very obvious when. I think it's very obvious when you put your lands for the basis for the U.S. So now, how do you think that these airplanes come to us to strike us?
Okay.
From nowhere, or from these bases?
Okay, thank you.
Some other bases.
Understood, Abbas Akundi. Just to add, that claim is clearly hotly contested by GCC nations, but I appreciate your perspective, Abbas Akundi. He's a former Minister of Roads and Urban Development and a professor at Tehran University. Thank you again. Introducing Martin Griffiths. He's the former Under-Secretary General of the UN Humanitarian Affairs Office. He's also the Director of Mediation, the Mediation Group International. He joins us from Geneva. Good to have you, Martin. Let's hope there is a shred of hope at the moment. We're talking about pretty violent scenarios, and it's creating an awful lot of heat in the region. You have spent decades negotiating with groups that others refuse to even name. I mean, in your experience, does a 48-hour ultimatum like the one we see actually force a breakthrough, or does it just force a sovereign nation into a corner?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that the idea of leverage, which is a kind of force, isn't it, in any negotiation of this kind, can be very useful. What is not useful, however, is a cliff edge, situation like we have at the moment. There's a deadline, cliff edge, off you go, and you bomb the rest of Iran. That is not going to be helpful at all. It isn't helpful at all. And what we've seen is, a bit like one of your people on the program said, the darkest hours before dawn, is we've seen the parties ratcheting it up. So that, we're not going to do this and you don't need that. And I would make a particular point, if I may, from my experience, including in the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which I mediated, which was not dissimilar in some sense to this, between Ukraine and Russia, between enemies. You have to provide space for enemies to come to an agreement that does global good. This is clearly the case in the Straits of Hormuz. And it's clearly not the case with which both parties, not just the US, both parties are approaching this. There needs to be concessions. That's a vital element and a vital component of any negotiation to end war.
And Martin, usually diplomacy happens when one side is on the back foot, or at least appears to be on the back foot. But today we've got Tehran believing that its Strait of Hormuz toll is a strategic win on one side, and we've got Washington that believes its deadline is a show of strength. What happens when both sides think they are currently winning?
You work harder. I think that's absolutely true. And it's difficult now. And it's very difficult to imagine in 24 or 26 hours from now that we will see a compromise leading to a sustainable solution. But the fact is this. In the Black Sea deal between Ukraine and Russia, both firm enemies, just as now, they came together to produce a deal which was agreed, signed, and so forth, in order to protect humanitarian objectives. And this, in Straits of Hormuz, is also a humanitarian objective. The parties, Ukraine and Russia, constantly told me, when we were doing that, I was in the United Nations at the time, was we could only do this if we can claim global good. It's certainly the case here. More complicated, more ambitious, more important, but it's certainly the same case here. The truth is that it takes time to wean war leaders away from war. These things are never quick, and that's why a deadline is so difficult. It takes time to wean them away, to say, look, you need to make compromises for both of your better angels. Ali Vaez, as you know, of the International Crisis Group, said, I think today, that one of the things that the US could do is to perhaps withdraw or make signals of withdrawing some of the US military components in the Gulf. It could indicate, an investment in reducing sanctions on Iranian oil, because Iran, as the US, both of them have to win.
Martin,
it's really simple. When
sure. No, understood. I mean, we are at an awkward point, though, aren't we? I mean, the US is targeting power grids. So is Israel. I mean, as a former humanitarian chief, you know that decimating a grid doesn't just hit the military, it hits hospitals and water pumps and schools. I mean, is this maximum pressure strategy fundamentally already a violation of the laws of war you've spent your life defending?
Yes, definitely it is. I mean, the breaches of international humanitarian law are almost commonplace across the world, but they're certainly present here. And Iran is not helping that with its imposition of exorbitant costs for any ship to go through Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz have been a classic example of doing the right thing with safe passage for all ships, with a regime that simply manages the cost of it with their help. Now we're seeing that the people of Iran grotesquely are about to be victimized for the lack of commodities going through the Straits, for other people, for the world. That's grotesque. That's clearly an infringement of international humanitarian law. And as you say, it's going to be the people that suffer in Iran. It's going to be the people that suffer, frankly, at the pump in America, and certainly all the rest of us. So it's a ludicrous, I think, effort to spread pain to people who don't deserve it.
Martin, it's great to hear your thoughts. It sounds like you are very much the voice of reason at this current juncture and this conflict. Martin Griffiths, former Under Secretary General of the UN Humanitarian Affairs Office, is also the director of Mediation Group International. A pleasure, thank you. That's going to take you now to Noor Odeh, who is following developments in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, so we know, of course, Israel continues to hit strategic targets, they claim, in Iran itself, but they're also being hit. What is Israel's own strategic vision for how this war might evolve around the Trump ultimatum for Iran, especially given bridges and power plants are already, as I said, starting to be hit?
Well, Neve, let's just start with some of what is being said in Israel. The army has said that it completed a wave of attacks against Iranian railways and strategic bridges. We've just heard in the past few minutes from the Israeli Prime Minister, who confirmed those reports, but also promised to crush Iran. The objective in Israel, as we heard it from the Israeli Prime Minister, is to topple the government of Iran, to completely collapse the system, even if that ends up in complete and utter chaos in Iran. What happens to Iran is of much less significance for this Israeli government as toppling the regime, because Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, has tied his political future to this effort. He has called it, Israel's most important war. He's tied his fate to the idea of success, and success, as far as he's concerned, has to be absolute. There is a zero-sum game at this point. Now, regardless of the pain that it's causing in Israel, and it is causing pain in Israel, in Israeli cities, from the north to the south, from the Ras al-Naqura to the Negev, we see Israeli cities being hit. But as politically speaking, we're hearing from strategists in Netanyahu's party talking about the use of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki models. I don't need to explain more to our viewers what that means. That is the rhetoric, that is the sentiment that we hear in Israeli discussions, not, of course, in official Israeli rhetoric, but we're hearing from the prime minister, from his minister of defense, about crushing Iran, about decisively decimating the country, about having a hit list of the power grid in Iran that is just waiting for the go-ahead from the U.S. president. And of course, we heard overnight that the Israeli prime minister was counseling the U.S. president, Donald Trump, on not accepting any deal, that this would not be the right way to go because it didn't entail the right terms, the right surrender from the Iranian government.
Noor, many thanks. Noor Ode in Ramallah. Iranian media report the Revolutionary Guard Corps has attacked a petrochemical complex in Saudi Arabia. The strike targeted the US company Chevron Phillips with a medium-range missile and drones. The Saudi Defense Ministry also said it intercepted and destroyed 7 ballistic missiles launched towards the eastern region of Jubail. The debris fell near several energy facilities in the area. Well, Qatar is calling for a diplomatic solution to the conflict as soon as possible. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Majid Al-Ansari says the war is at a critical point.
We have been warning since 2023 that escalation left unchecked will get us into a situation where it cannot be controlled. And we are very close to that point. And this is why we have been urging all parties to find a resolution out of this, to find a way of ending this war before it spirals out of control. Right now, I don't think Qatar can offer any answers to your questions. The only thing we can do is to say that all of us in the region have always had a very clear position around this. The infractions on our sovereignty by Iran cannot be explained or justified in any way. The continuation of this war in this way will only mean more costs for the people of the region, for the international peace and security, for international economy, for international energy markets, and there are no winners in the continuation of this war. There are only losers, and the net of losers is expanding every day as a result of the ramifications of the economic situation.
Okay, let's speak to Hamza Mohammed. He's here in Doha. Hamza, so a warning, the situation in the region could spiral out of control. Do the GCC states now find themselves bystanders in a conflict beyond their control?
Well, in the last 24 hours, what we've seen across the GCC and in Iran is an uptick of strikes, attacks targeting energy facilities. This was kicked off by Israel carrying out an attack on an Iranian gas field. Iran retaliated by carrying out strikes across the region, especially targeting energy sites. The scales have been, increased by President Trump saying in about 11 hours, if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, that he would carry out attacks targeting bridges and power plants. This is not something that's lost on leaders, officials across this region. A short while ago, I attended a press conference held by Qatar's foreign ministry. The spokesman, Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, was very clear. He said Qatar was engaging the US in ways forward. He condemned attacks on energy facilities, saying that that was not the way forward. He went ahead to even say the discussions between the US administration and Qatar are firm. He admitted that there have been some disagreements, but he said there's mutual respect on both sides. President Trump, if he goes ahead with his threats, that's in about 11 hours, Iran is saying that it would target civilian infrastructure. That President Trump's threats that Iran must reopen the Strait of Hormuz would not happen. Qatar said the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz goes against international law. They said initiative to reopen the strait is underway without disclosing further. This is something that's quite important for across the region. But in some way, they have to tread carefully. They don't want to be caught up between the two sides fighting. What they want is for dialogue to take center stage. This is what Qatar foreign ministry spokesman kept repeating, saying that everybody was a loser in this conflict, that there was no winner, that attacking civilian sites, infrastructure, or energy would not help anyone in achieving their military goals. They said they were supporting any effort, especially mentioning Pakistan in few times in that press conference, saying that Qatar is behind those efforts and that what is happening would not be accomplished by military means alone.
Hamza Mohammed in Doha, many thanks. Okay, let's go to the White House. Kimberly Halkett, as you can see, is standing by. Kimberly, let's reflect on where we are at this particular moment in time, because the context, the backdrop to this tension that we're seeing brewing at the moment is the latest comment to come from the US President Donald Trump. A whole civilization will die tonight. How should we reflect on that moment?
Well, what we should reflect is that this is the most extreme language that we have seen from Donald Trump, really, in his first or second presidency. And this is a maximum escalation, even by Donald Trump standards. This is far beyond conventional strike language, the fact that he's threatening an entire civilization. What he's really threatening is existential destruction. Now, in there's a little bit of a contradiction, but also a signal of inevitability. The fact that he's saying, I don't want this to happen, but it probably will, seems to signal that he's already made up his mind, regardless of what happens by his arbitrary 8 p.m. deadline, Washington, D.C. time. He seems to be suggesting this is going ahead no matter whether the Strait of Hormuz is reopened or not, which seems to be the end state here. So this is really a coercive strategy, but it's also a signal that his desire for deadline diplomacy may be collapsing, and he's trying to force this outcome, or is going to force this outcome. So it is perplexing. I should point out that it's not just perplexing to ordinary Americans or even causing alarm among the international community, but also we're starting to get reaction on Capitol Hill. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was once a staunch supporter of the U.S. president, is now suggesting that this is what's known as the 25th Amendment moment, where there should be an invocation to essentially get rid of the president, that he's no longer fit to serve. She believes that this is absolutely going to given the fact that she says there's been no single bomb that's been dropped on America, we cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness, she says. And I can tell you that walking around Washington, D.C., I am seeing evidence of ordinary Americans concerned to that effect, people holding up placards sort of sporadically outside metro stations or outside the White House gates, suggesting that Donald Trump has gone mad. So there is alarm among the populace. Clearly, there is alarm among former members of Congress, and even Donald Trump's rival on Capitol Hill, Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the U.S. Senate, is saying in reaction to Donald Trump's post, this is an extremely sick person. Each Republican who refuses to join us in voting against this wanton war of choice owns every consequence of whatever the hell this is. It shows that people are in disbelief that Donald Trump has gone as far as he has in his threats toward Iran.
Kimberly, many thanks. Kimberly Halkett there, the White House. Okay, let's discuss where we stand right now with Abbas Aslani. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He's in Tehran. And joining me here in the studio is Abdullah Bandar Al-Ataibi. He's an assistant professor in international affairs at Qatar University. Warm welcome both to you. Starting with you, Abbas, you probably heard the tail end of what Kimberly Halkett, our correspondent in Washington, had to say. She implied that the level of concern amongst ordinary Americans about the decisions being made by the White House in their name is starting to grow. People are worried. How are people feeling about all of this where you are in Iran?
Speaking of Trump, the words that you can recall is mostly uncertainty, ambiguity, and contradiction. In the last message that he posted, in the one single message, we are seeing different contradictions from, destroying a civilization to talking about different and smart, let's say, people here in Tehran to deal with. And this fuels the confusion about, the seriousness of the United States in engaging diplomatically with Tehran. There has been lack of, trust in this process already. And what is happening, in addition to the escalation in the field, is not constructive, and it is somehow making Iran more hesitant and doubtful of the U.S. intentions. We have been hearing from Trump, threatening to target the infrastructure, but this is not a surprise. The attacks on the infrastructure has been in action for the past few days or a couple of weeks. Previously, it was mostly decentralized, including small facilities. But whether he's talking a thorough, large-scale and sudden attacks on bigger infrastructure, that's yet the question.
Right.
But if that's the case, this could, provoke a new level of escalation,
Right. And that,
will
Abbas,
also,
just to interrupt.
Iran has threatened that include.
Okay, yeah, understood. That is the ambiguity at the moment, isn't it? Whether there will be a major attack at this particular deadline, because as you rightly say, we have seen already for many days now infrastructure being hit in Iran. What does this mean for the GCC, Abdullah? Because is it fair to describe the GCC as now being collateral in America's war?
Well, there are consequences, and these are consequences by the Iranian choice. The Iranian had the choice to attack the neighboring countries. They had the choice to block the Strait of Hormuz. They had the choice to attack critical infrastructure in the regional countries. Like, if we go back to last month, the first attack on civilian infrastructure, on energy as well, took place here in Qatar, March 3rd, on Ras Laffan, where Qatar had to use the force majeure on contracts. I mean, this is quite critical. This is quite worrying and concerning for the whole region. We need.
But do the region feel like bystanders? I think is the question, or do they have some agency right now?
They're trying. I mean, they are pushing. We have different GCC efforts at the moment. We see the Saudis involved in the Pakistani mediation. We see the Bahrainis and the Emiratis in the Security Council. And today there is a session at the Security Council. So they are pushing for diplomacy. They're pushing for de-escalation. This is the goal: stability, because instability and escalation will not be will not serve the interests of the region, the interests of the world. This will just put all of us into more chaos. Now we are at the final hours, and I think both teams are racing. The team that's trying to escalate and the team that's trying to de-escalate. Okay. And we will find out very soon.
All right. Look, a pleasure speaking to both of you. Abbas Aslani, Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Abdullah Bandar Al-Attaibi, thank you very much, from Qatar University. Well, this is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran. Coming up, Donald Trump warns a whole civilization will die tonight as his deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz draws near. The US and Israel carry out strikes across Iran, targeting railways and bridges. There are also reports of attacks against Karg Island. Smoke's been seen rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. Turkey says its security forces have thwarted a terrorist attack against a building housing the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. At least one attacker has been killed there. And turning food waste into fuel. We report on how Gaza is making cooking gas and fertilizer from scraps and leftovers. President Donald Trump has issued another warning to Iran, this time seeming to threaten the whole of the nation. The warning comes ahead of his deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is set to expire in about 6.5 hours. In a social media post, he said a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will, he went on to say. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. And that we will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. Let's speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Let's reflect on this moment. Is Donald Trump essentially saying that his mind is made up, or is there room to maneuver?
It appears there is an air of inevitability in the U.S. president's post. The fact that he has suggested that he doesn't want this to happen, but it probably will, seems to be laying the groundwork for further action and escalation that has gone far beyond what has already been committed by the United States and Israel. This is maximum escalation, Neve. This is maximum rhetoric, even by Donald Trump's standards. And so what this looks like with the threatening of an entire civilization that Donald Trump is using extreme force in order to try and bring about an outcome that even he doesn't expect will occur. Now, the bottom line in all of this is that even as the U.S. president is threatening for there to be a wipeout of the Iranian civilization, there is still some negotiation that is taking place. We know that there has been back channeling that has occurred in recent days, that it has involved the Secretary of State as well as Middle East envoys Jared Kushner and also Steve Witkoff. And leading this has been in some form and fashion, the U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance. He was asked about this while visiting Hungary, and here's what he had to say about the status of negotiations.
The military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians.
Now, we should point out that even as the vice president suggests there is still room for diplomacy, this is deadline diplomacy at this point, and it has caused alarm in the United States. Not only are former members of Congress reacting, but current members of Congress are reacting. The former member of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, responding that the 25th Amendment to remove the president from the Oval Office should be invoked, calling the president's wording of his latest Truth Social post absolute madness. And we also know that the top Democrat in the U.S. Senate is calling this posting something that has been delivered by what he says an extremely sick person. So again, this is a post by Donald Trump that has exceeded even his threshold for discomfort in the United States. And now there are even suggestions that it should be taken to the extreme, not only because of the military action, but also potentially to remove Donald Trump from office.
Okay, thanks so much, Kimberly. That's Kimberly Helkett, our White House correspondent for us with the latest. I'm Tom McRae. Thanks for sticking with us here on Al Jazeera. We're going to go to Ali Hashim, who is in Tehran for us. And Ali, obviously, we've got a glimpse at Donald Trump's thoughts at this point in time. What about the mindset of Tehran as I guess everyone is counting down to the deadline in about 10 hours or so?
Well, given the fact that the deadline is approaching, we are also hearing from Iranian officials, just a recent tweet from the Speaker of the House, Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf, who's thought to be one of those who should be right now in the situation of decision-making in the country. He says, "We will cut off the finger that is pointed at our nation as a sign of threat or surrender." What we're hearing here in Tehran is that the communication channels aren't working the same way they were before, and that the Iranians are not ready to listen to such threats, at least as far as the American side is not presenting any realistic options on the table. Of course, during this day, there were several attacks on bridges, on power plants. The highway from Karaj to Tehran was hit. Also, Zanjan, also in Tabriz, Kashan, 2 people were killed there. So there are several attacks that already took place. Yesterday also there were attacks close to Mehrabad airport. This morning, this dawn, there was an attack that seemed strange on a synagogue in Tehran, Rafania synagogue in central Tehran, and it was completely destroyed. So we are seeing a lot of escalation. And the reading here in Tehran is that President Trump's latest tweet, the one that he said he's going to wipe a whole civilization, isn't a ploy for negotiations. It's a real threat.
But just on that negotiations, what about the chance for diplomacy at this point in time? Are the Iranians still open to finding some sort of deal between now and 0G when Trump's deadline is set to expire?
Well, what we are dealing with is 2 different point of views with gaps that do not seem till the moment possible to be bridged, because bridging these gaps the way President Trump is proposing would mean surrender for the Iranians, and the Iranians do not seem to be willing to surrender. And this is what we've been hearing from their officials, from their military commanders. And the issue seems to be in a situation of, halt. I mean, everyone is waiting. Everyone is waiting to see what's going to happen. Of course, there are attempts by some mediators here and there trying to establish connections and channels. But as I was telling you, the problem is that the gaps are big. The moment there is a possibility for one side to step down the ladder, come down from the tree, then there might be a possibility to see maybe an extension of the deadline or probably something else. But things for the moment do not look really good.
Okay, thank you for that, Ali. As always, Ali Hashim for us in Tehran. Well, smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. And explosions have been reported in the city of Nahariya in northern Israel. That's after Hezbollah fired at least 10 rockets from Lebanon. Israeli medics say 2 people were injured in that attack. We're going to go to Noor O'Day now, who's following developments for us in Israel from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Noor, what more can you tell us about these latest attacks, many still continuing to get through Israeli defences?
More and more of them actually, Tom, getting through and defeating the Israeli defenses, which are multi-layered. We saw extensive damage in Rishon LeZion. We saw extensive damage in other areas in the larger Tel Aviv area. This is a densely populated area in the center of Israel. It includes Tel Aviv and surrounding cities and towns. It's also very strategic because it has several army bases. It has several assets of military significance and several factories that also do military grade industrial production. We saw also from Hezbollah firing on Nahariya, causing damage, on also on Kiryat Shmona, hitting at least one building there, although no injuries were reported, because also a lot of the residents of that town, which has turned into a de facto area of gathering for the Israeli army invading Lebanon, most or a lot of the residents have left. All of that is happening while we hear from senior Israeli officials talking about attacking 10 bridges in Iran, about attacking railways in Iran, about continuing to pound Iran until Israel's goals of toppling, collapsing the government system are achieved, and waiting, as we hear from reporting and senior officials, for the green light from the U.S. president to target Iran's power grid. We've heard very severe language from Israeli officials, from Likud strategists, that's Benjamin Netanyahu's party as well. We even saw reporting that the Israeli prime minister was discouraging Donald Trump overnight from taking any deal that may be proposed by mediators to de-escalate, advising that that would be the wrong call. So right now, all of this escalating rhetoric that we're hearing from Washington, all of these nerves that are on edge in the region are met with satisfaction in the decision-making circles here, Tom, because that is really where things are headed and where things want to be, where leaders want them to head at this point.
Okay, thank you so much, Noor O'Day, for us there in Ramallah. Well, Zain Basravi joins us now from Dubai. And Zain, in the last several hours, there's been another Iranian attack against oil infrastructure, this time in Saudi Arabia. Can you just talk us through what happened there, as well as other attempted attacks on GCC countries?
Well, there's been a number of attacks, once again, across the GCC in retaliation by Iran as part of its strategy. Let's look at Saudi Arabia in particular. Iran has attacked Saudi Arabia's Jubair petrochemical complex. It is the heart of the kingdom's energy sector. It is home to multi-billion-dollar sector joint ventures between Saudi Arabia and Western major companies in the industry. It's a sprawling industrial city, said to be the largest or one of the largest industrial cities in the world. And the Revolutionary Guard has claimed the attack, saying that it was in retaliation for the attacks that happened on Iranian petrochemical companies. So what we know, overnight, this complex was hit, and fires were sparked, and Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps saying that it carried out a complex operation in response to attacks on Iranian petrochemical facilities. And we see this over and over again. Iranians continuing to say that they will carry out tit-for-tat attacks, that anytime you target anything in Iran, we will carry out attacks against U.S. interests, U.S. assets, U.S.-related companies in the region. And what they're saying here is, oh, Jebel, yes, it certainly does have affiliations with Western companies. And what we are seeing here is yet another retaliatory attack mirroring the attacks that are being carried out on Iranian soil. And again, every time these things happen, and every time there is this escalation, a rhetoric coming from the White House for the GCC leadership, it becomes all about white knuckling through this war that seems to continue to expand and evolve and escalate.
Thank you so much for that, Zain. Zain Basravi for us there in Dubai. Well, to discuss all of these developments further, we're joined now by Hassan Ahmadi, and he's an associate professor at the University of Tehran. We also have Abbas Aslani, a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He joins us from Tehran. And joining us from Washington, D.C. this hour is Donald Jensen. He's a former U.S. diplomat. Donald, if I can begin with you, what do you make of Donald Trump's latest Truth Social comments saying that he is going to eliminate or potentially eliminate an entire civilization?
Well, I think that from my personal view is that it's overstated, but the president tends to be prone to exaggeration. The problem is that the tone and content, whatever the details he may be mentioning, are far fiercer than ever before. And so in this, as we say in the States, a game of chicken between the Iran and the United States, we don't know who will blink first, if anybody at all. And I think, as your previous journalist said, things are escalating, including the report of the Netanyahu support for U.S. action. So I think things are very alarming. I don't think it's possible for any country to erase Iranian civilization, but certainly the prospect of the attack on the Iranian infrastructure, the power grid in particular, seems to have increased just in the past few hours.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way with strikes on Karg Island, at least 50 there. That's the latest that we're hearing. Abbas Hassani, if I can bring you in now. As we heard Donald say there, this might be a matter of who blinks first. Is that how you see it? And do you think that Tehran is going to blink?
Tom, I've been talking to different people. They are exhibiting no sign that Iran is willing to, surrender. What the United States has been demanding from Iranian side is to accept the terms they have been setting so far. And there is no reason that they didn't do it and they will do it in future. And Iran is not in a defensive mode, but in offensive. And we have been seeing that the U.S. president has been extending the previous deadlines. So that deadline is something which is being, adopted by the U.S. and they are under the pressure because they have set the deadline. But from Iranian side, I'm not seeing that they are trying to keep that deadline, and they are proceeding in a manner that if there's an escalation, they will escalate. And they're saying that if Iran goes dark, the whole region will go dark. This is a shared destiny. And it seems that the United States, by trying to socialize the war, most recently they have been, significantly targeting the civilian infrastructure. They want to bring this sense of fear and intimidation in order to push and pressure the political establishment to force surrender. But so far, this has not impacted the calculus here in Tehran, and they're proceeding in a manner that could, inflict heavier costs on the United States, their regional allies, as well as Israel.
Hassan, if I can bring you in here. Abbas saying if Iran goes dark, the whole region goes dark. There's a shared destiny with everyone. If Trump does wipe out, whether he can or not, but if he tries to wipe out the entire power grid in Iran, can you just explain exactly what's at stake for the 93 million Iranians?
Well, first, I think
because it feels like that's getting lost a little bit in some of the rhetoric that we're hearing, especially from the likes of Donald Trump and his Truth Social.
Well, the Iranian people and civilians have paid the heaviest price in this war so far. with the United States and Israel attacking. You see, it's not an ideal situation for Iran, its people, and the political system there. But we have to remember, Iran is reacting and retaliating. It's not initiating attacks. The United States imposed this war, and now it's up in the ante. And the Iranians don't find themselves in any place other than reacting to establish some, resemblance of deterrence, not to be dragged into another war moving forward. They are not willing to give that up, because if you give that up for a threat, no matter how strong it is, then the country will fall prey to further aggression moving forward. That's really what's keeping policymakers, to my understanding, up at night in Tehran, because they don't want to be in that position. They don't want to have their country under constant threat. They want to stop the threat that was imposed on the country and then the war that ensued. So the people are important, but more important for the people and for the system is not to see the country subject to further wars moving forward, which will come again and by the Iranian civilians.
Donald, if I can bring you back in here, how much pressure is Donald Trump under at this point in time, and how do you think he's dealing with that pressure?
Well, let me put it perhaps a slightly different way. The American people are largely opposed to this war. So the question is, where is any pressure on Trump coming from? And I think it's probably coming from, let's say, the lofty stand, the pressure in his own mind to meet the lofty goals he's stated out for this war, which is to say, to end the nuclear program and all the other comments he's made in recent weeks. Will he be able to do that? It's not clear yet, despite the undoubted capacity of the United States to take out the electric grid. Will that stop the nuclear program? We don't know. One of the things we're seeing here is a starker than previously display of some of the limits of American power in the region. And that has to be now taken into account as well. So I think the president, again, I'm misspeculating, the president is actually, I think, still wants a deal. He wants a deal on his terms, but making one of those objectives in harmony with the other is what I think the U.S. is going through right now. And that is a problem. That itself is a pressure. He is the author of a famous book, The Art of the Deal. He is proud of his own negotiating accomplishments. But where is the red line right now, as we say? And it's not clear, especially given the rhetoric, frankly, from all sides increasing overnight.
Well, he certainly hasn't got a deal at this point in time here, regardless of what book he has written. Abbas, can I bring you back in here? We obviously know that Donald Trump has threatened to decimate the power infrastructure in Iran. In response, Iran has said that it's going to attempt to do the same to GCC countries, whether it's power or desalination plants. If it comes to that, will Iran follow through on that?
Yes, one thing which Iran has been trying to establish this time is to fill the gap between what he says and what it does. This is aimed at creating a new strategic equation, but not just aims to stop the ongoing hostility, but in order to make sure and guarantee that there will be no further additional aggression against the country in future. So that's why Iran has been warning the regional countries, not because they have been hosting, facilitating, and contributing to the aggression against the country. And Iran argues that those neighboring countries have been ceding neutrality. They are no more bystanders, but they're complicit to this aggression. So that's why Tehran has been resorting to a strategic reciprocity. If it is attacked, they will be attacked. And part of a bigger picture is that the U.S. presence in this region is not bringing security. The U.S. and Israel are framed as the architects of insecurity in the region. This is, I think, something which Iran wants to bring to the attention of the regional countries. That's why I'm saying that the shared destiny is something that Iran wants to argue. Okay. And that's why Iran, not just for this argument, but because of their complicity, is targeting those infrastructure which is contributing to the U.S. aggression.
Okay, Hassan, we've got about a minute left. There's about 10 hours to go until Trump's deadline expires. Obviously, there's many people wanting a diplomatic solution to this. Does Iran want to find a diplomatic way out of this at this point?
For sure. It wanted it all along from the beginning of the war. It was talking about a ceasefire and then let's go back to negotiations. Remember, Iran was attacked when it was negotiating. And so the Iranians have always, being the underdog in this military balance, have always wanted a diplomatic settlement, not a military one. And for sure, they want it at this point as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Hassan, Donald, as well as Abbas. We really do appreciate your time, your insight into all of this as we continue to monitor a very fast-moving situation. Thanks again.
We're not CNN, MSNBC or Fox News. We are your morning mic drop on at Truth Talks Live, where all voices matter.
We're incredibly grateful for every single one of our subscribers. Whether you just discovered at Truth Talks Live or you've been a day one truth teller, we see you. And we're proud to show up for you every day. But here's the reality. Independent media is under attack. We're committed to bringing you real voices, real perspectives, and a truly multicultural lens on world news. And that mission comes at a cost. Over 300,000 viewers tune in daily. And now, we're asking you to take the next step with us. If every viewer gave just $1 through CASHAPP, Zelle, or PayPal, it would keep our engine running strong and allow us to continue delivering facts, not fiction. So here's the challenge. Support what you believe in. Tap the Cash App symbol or become a paid member today. And from all of us, thank you.
Welcome to At Truth Talks Live, where facts hit different. This is your home for innovative, no-filter TV, where your voice isn't ignored. It drives the conversation. Start your mornings with Morning Mic Drop, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. It delivers raw, unfiltered world news that actually matters. Then stay locked in for live trial coverage of the most controversial cases in America. No spin, just the facts.
For our true crime family. Catch Reasonable Doubt or Southern Sin where crime hits different, and the details go deeper than Dateline or CourtTV. And every night at 8 p.m., it's Truth Talks, a bold, multicultural talk show breaking down everything, from pop culture to politics, with voices that don't hold back. Real news, real talk, real voices. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications.
Mahmoud
Because when we go
al-Dabbar
live,
has
you
come up
don't
with a
want to miss
plan
it.
with
Truth
modest
Talks Live,
tools to deliver a
the channel
source
where your
of
voice
energy.
and facts matter.
The idea came from the environmental situation we're living in, the severe shortage of fertilizers, and the ban on cooking gas in Gaza. Together with a team of engineers We worked on turning waste into something useful, a source of energy and support for both people and farmers.
The organic waste is chopped into small pieces to break down faster, then placed in sealed containers. The bacteria produces cooking gas and liquid fertilizer. As Israel's grip tightens on Gaza, Mahmoud's project faces many challenges. With no trucks or machines allowed in, he and his team rely on a donkey cart to collect waste and a simple water barrel for decomposition. The future of farming in Gaza is gradually disappearing. Abdulaziz Abu Mu'alla's greenhouse in central Gaza, once full of crops, now lies empty.
The fertilizer is the most important thing. Without it, nothing grows. Even when we used to use fertilizer, crops did not always succeed. So how can anything grow without it?
Gas supplies into Gaza have been repeatedly disrupted, even under the ceasefire agreement. Empty cylinders line the distributors' stores, a problem whose ramifications Mahmoud knows well. He says the process needs 40 days so waste can fully decompose and produce the cooking gas along with liquid fertilizer they need. Amid shortages and bans, Gaza's residents are finding new ways to survive, turning the waste into fuel and keeping hope alive for their families and for the land. Muad al-Kahlout, Al Jazeera, from central Gaza, Palestine.
Our coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran continues after Inside Story. That is coming up next. Stay with us here on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
What this front from Yemen is going to represent to Israel is a threat from air and a threat from sea.
With live coverage.
A clear message from Iran. The Strait of Hormuz remains open, just not to the United States or Israel or other countries that Iran determines is a threat to them.
And exclusive reports.
Human rights groups say emptying whole areas may amount to a war crime and a strategy to permanently depopulate the areas.
Iran's Bushehr nuclear plant has been targeted 4 times since the US-Israeli war began. Tehran accuses the UN's nuclear watchdog of inaction, which the IAEA rejects, but it says the situation is of deep concern. But why are the attacks happening and what risks do they pose? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant has been attacked 4 times in the war with no explanation or admission by the US or Israel. Russia has pulled out hundreds of staff from the facility it jointly operates with Iran. There's been no radioactive release, but Tehran has accused the international community of an inadequate response to the attacks. The International Atomic Energy Agency has expressed deep concern over the strikes. As much of the Gulf uses desalination plants to provide drinking water, any radioactive leakage into the sea could have catastrophic consequences. That's driven warnings too from the World Health Organization. So why is the Bushehr plant being attacked? And what are the risks to Iran and other countries? We'll talk to our panel of guests when they join us in just a moment. But first, this report from Malakebe Motsepe.
Since the start of the war, Iranian officials say Israeli and US strikes have targeted the city of Bushehr at least 4 times. On Saturday, a strike came just 75 meters from the facility. The Bushehr plant is about 750 kilometers south of the capital, Tehran, and is Iran's only operational active civilian nuclear plant. It is equipped with a reactor that contributes up to 2% of Iran's generated power. Moscow helped build the plant, which is operated jointly with Russian technicians. Last week, its state atomic agency Rosatom had warned of the increasing danger the conflict poses to the facility.
The situation in Bushehr is not calming down. We are detecting explosions literally just hundreds of meters, 700 to 900 meters away from the residential settlement. It is clear that the conflict is escalating, and naturally, this is a source of grave concern.
Nuclear specialists have also repeatedly warned that a strike on a nuclear plant could lead to a radiation leak, and that could pose an existential crisis for Gulf states. That's because they rely on desalination plants on the Gulf for their fresh water supplies. Iran's foreign minister has bemoaned the absence of notable international concerns over the attacks on the Bushehr plant. In a post on X, he compared the reaction to what he described as Western outrage over Russian attacks on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in Ukraine. And the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency has again called for maximum restraint to avoid the risk of a nuclear accident. While the World Health Organization chief warned that any incident that could cause devastating health impacts would affect generations to come. In a social media post on Sunday, US President vowed to unleash hell on Iran and declared Tuesday Power Plant and Bridge Day, a threat widely understood as a promise to attack the country's critical facilities. Malek Habematzipe, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
It's a complex and concerning subject. To make sense of it, we'll join our guests who are here for today's Inside Story. From Vienna, Tariq Rauf, he's the former head of verification and security policy at the International Atomic Energy Agency. In Tehran, Abbas Aslani, a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. And from Geneva, Alicia Sander-Zakre, head of policy at ICAN, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us. Alicia, let me start with you. One of the reasons hawks over the years have given to take on Iran militarily is to stop it getting a weapon and causing nuclear destruction. But here we're looking at things the other way around. We have a war and there is a risk of nuclear destruction, either accidentally or deliberately because of that war. How big do you think the risk is?
What we've seen over the course of these most recent strikes by the US and Israel against Iran, and their original strikes in June, is that military action is simply not an effective means to pursue non-proliferation goals. As a direct result of these strikes, it's nearly impossible for international inspectors to be able to enter Iran and verify the location and the extent of Iran's stockpile of nuclear materials. And we're now seeing these very concerning strikes on nuclear facilities in Iran that risk further radioactive contamination. So clearly, military strikes are not an effective way forward. Instead, really, all parties need to, in some way, get back to the negotiating table to reach an agreement towards nuclear non-proliferation in the region.
Abbas, let me ask you to just give us some details on one of the places, but I think the place we'll start our focus with, which is this Bushehr nuclear power plant. That's something that actually dates, or the construction of it originally dates before the revolution, the time of the Shah. Tell us about where it is and a little bit of background on it, if you can.
James, Bushehr nuclear power plant is located in the shores of the Persian Gulf, and the United States and Israel, by targeting the facility, are playing Russian roulette with the environmental security of the entire region. And if the reactor, there's any breach in the reactor, that could contaminate the waters of the neighboring states. And as we speak, despite the attacks and strikes, the reactor core, as well as the primary safety systems, are yet completely secure. But if the intent is to cause mass casualty, damage, I think we will have a nuclear disaster. The power plant, due to the growing domestic consumption of the electricity, is these days considered as an essential part of the Iran's, power network and grid. And that's why, targeting the nuclear facility is not just related to the nuclear sphere, but it can also impact the average citizens in terms of the electricity consumption and their, daily needs. Given that there were power outages last summer in the country, so that is also part of the energy infrastructure in the country as a whole, which, in addition to the nuclear consequences, can also have repercussions for the Iranian average citizens and population.
Tariq, you are a former senior official of the IAEA, that's the part of the UN that deals with this. Tell us, how fragile is a plant like Bushehr, particularly as it's quite old?
Well, nuclear power plants like Bushehr, their containment structure is designed to withstand a direct impact from an aircraft, but that's the design. We don't know what might happen in reality. But more vulnerable is the external power supply and the cooling water to the reactor. If the external power supply is damaged or cut off, the reactor would need to be shut down. And there could be the possibility of a core meltdown in the worst case. The same thing would happen if the electricity means that the pumps are no longer providing cooling water to the reactor. Then in the worst case, we could have a meltdown like at Chernobyl or at Fukushima. Now, as my colleagues have mentioned already in this program, the Persian Gulf is a restricted body of water. It's about 1,000 kilometers long, about 300 kilometers wide. Average depth is about 35 meters. But it takes 3 to 5 years for the water of the Gulf to flush out and be exchanged with the water from the Indian Ocean. So if the Gulf water were to be contaminated, this contamination would last for years. And as has already been pointed out, the desalination plants would no longer work, the fish supplies would no longer be available, and a large area, potentially hundreds of kilometers, could be rendered uninhabitable for several years.
Well, I'd like to look, sadly, at more of those ideas of what the worst case scenario could be in a moment, Tariq. But back to you, Alicia. This has now been hit, according to the Iranian authorities and to the IAEA, the international agency, 4 times. I mean, I know you are not Prime Minister Netanyahu, you're not President Trump, but can you see any military reason to keep hitting the plant, or at least the area around the plant?
Absolutely not. And that's why the laws of war, the Geneva Conventions, explicitly prohibit targeting nuclear power plants. It's in Geneva Convention Additional Protocol Article 56. And it's even a part of customary international law that it is banned to target nuclear power plants. And that's because of the very serious risk of radioactive contamination that exists when a nuclear power plant is attacked. So there's no military objective. That's why governments agreed to actually ban targeting nuclear power plants under international law.
So, Abbas, I mean, it seems to me that Iran has complained about this to the International Atomic Energy Agency. They have commented on it and said they're concerned. But do you think their response has been adequate? Iran says it's not been adequate at this stage and has compared it to the response of attacks we've seen during the Ukraine war on the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia.
James, there has been a glaring double standard from the Western side. Iran believes that they treat the Western nuclear facilities as sacred. When it comes to the Iranian nuclear facilities, they have been downplaying the strikes, despite the 4 strikes against Bushehr nuclear plant. Also, we have had also attacks on Iraq heavy water reactor and the Yellow Cake plant in Yaz. We are seeing that the Director General of the IAEA, meaning the International Atomic Energy Agency, expressing only concern and calling for a general restraint from Iranian perspective, this only emboldens the aggressor, and this is a diplomatic cover for continued attacks against the country. This is, attacking an operational civilian nuclear facility is not a military strategy. It is not degrading a, let's say, military architecture, but it is targeting the civilian, infrastructure in the country. And under the Article 4 of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, Iran has the right to research, production, and use of peaceful nuclear program. And that is why this is the violation of international law, as it was stated by the other guests. It violates the Geneva Conventions. So that's yet question that despite, lots of attacks against Iranian nuclear facilities, the Director General of the IAEA has sufficed to just, express concern and has avoided to condemn those attacks. We remember that there were, in terms of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear facility in Ukraine, we remember the international panic then, and the United Nations Security Council mobilized to address the issue immediately. But as we are seeing the attacks against the Iranian nuclear facility, we are witnessing a kind of international amnesia.
Okay.
And this is something which has been criticized
let me
for
bring in
several times
Tariq
by
on
Iran.
this, because he used to work for the IAEA. He doesn't represent them now. But do you think it's fair criticism of the IAEA? It's not said enough. The criticism there that you had from Abbas, that the Director General, Rafael Grossi, a man who actually happens to be one of the candidates to be the next UN Secretary General, is not being tough enough in his condemnation of what's happened.
Well, I would start with the governing structure of the IAEA, that is the Board of Governors, which consists of 35 member states, of which 20 plus are Western or Western dominated. They held 2 emergency meetings on attacks on nuclear facilities in Iran last year after the June attacks. But they insisted that there should be no condemnation, no resolution condemning the attacks against Iran. And thus far, the IAEA Board of Governors has remained completely inactive, and they have not instructed the Director General or the Secretariat either to take any initiative in sending IAEA monitors to Bushehr, like the IAEA sent to the Zaporizhzhia and the Chernobyl nuclear power plants in 2022, and they are still there. So IAEA Director General, in one of his most recent comments, again warned about attacks on nuclear facilities, and in particular raised concern about the power supply to Bushehr. He also reiterated the 7 essential fundamentals for nuclear security that not only include a backup electrical supply, cooling water, but also no harassment of the operators at the nuclear power plant. So obviously the Iranian operators, as well as the Russian operators at this power plant, are also under psychological stress, which again creates another dangerous situation. So on the whole, the international community is being completely irresponsible. The Security Council also has not raised this issue. And I might add, there is Security Council Resolution 487 from 1991 against attacks on nuclear facilities, and numerous IAEA resolutions. Next week, there will be the meeting of the Convention on Nuclear Safety. This governs nuclear safety practices at nuclear installations. And I doubt very much that the Western countries would allow the safety of the Bushehr plant to be raised. So I'm glad that Al Jazeera is raising this issue and trying to bring the public's awareness and the awareness of leaders that this is highly irresponsible to target deliberately or even accidentally. So we should stop the war, particularly in the area of the Bushehr conflict, because sooner or later, an errant missile or an errant drone or an errant aircraft would either crash into the territory of the reactor or its power supply. And we shouldn't forget that there are 4 reactors on the other side of the Gulf at the Baraka nuclear power plant in the UAE. So in all, we have hundreds of tons of nuclear material in the cores of these 5 reactors.
Okay, if I could stop you there, Tariq, for a moment, and ask Alicia to pick up that point then. What is the worst case scenario? What could the human toll be here?
Well, the reason that attacking nuclear power plants is banned under international law is because of the potentially catastrophic consequences for human health and the environment of the release of ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation is really uniquely horrific as a weapon of warfare. It is unpredictable in that it can be carried by wind patterns to really around the world, wherever the wind may go when this radioactive contamination has been released into the environment. It is non-discriminate. It will impact civilians and fighters alike. It does not discriminate on that basis. It disproportionately harms women and girls, particularly children. Ionizing radiation has a disproportionately harmful effect, and it will last for generations. I mean, you know, looking at the half-lives of the radioactive isotopes that were released in the Chernobyl incident, for example, you have cesium with a half-life of 30 years, or strontium-90 isotopes that were released and had devastating impacts on people and the environment. So it's really impossible to predict exactly what would happen.
Okay,
we know
let me bring in Tariq again, because I want you two experts just to paint this scenario very clearly. It's very, very grim, but we do have the experience of Fukushima back in 2011, Tariq, and Chernobyl in 1986. Tell us, in the worst case scenario, what these radioactive elements that Alicia has just mentioned, what they could do to a human body.
Well, radioactive elements like cesium and strontium, they are long-lived, they have long half-lives. The first part that would be affected in the human body from radiation would be the thyroid, and therefore the emergency measures around most nuclear power plants are to keep iodine tablets for people to take, so the iodine would saturate the thyroid and prevent exposure. But given the type of exposure, there could be blisters, and people could die very soon from blistering, loss of consciousness, loss of blood. This is what happened, unfortunately, to the firemen who were trying to extinguish the fire at the reactor in Chernobyl. And as Alicia mentioned, penetrating radiation really destroys the tissues and leads to cancers. Cancers destroy cells, leading to death of the person.
Abbas, how concerned are people in Iran about other nuclear-related facilities in the country being targeted? We know there's that highly enriched uranium, which is in Iran, which was attacked last June. There are other nuclear facilities where you are. There's a research reactor in Tehran. Bushehr, that we're mentioning, is actually closer to me in Doha than it is to you in Tehran. But how much concern is there of the Iranian people about other attacks? Because there are other nuclear facilities.
James, there are different types of concerns, you know, in a bigger picture. You know, the Tehran research reactor is meeting the pharmaceutical needs of the country, and they are meant to somehow address the problems of hundreds of thousands of patients who are suffering from cancer. So if that is disrupted, this could also, you know, impact their treatment process in the longer run. But as the place I'm talking to is just a couple of kilometers away from Tehran research reactor, a few times there have been some instructions that in case an incident happens, what the people around the facility need to do, or they have been trying to reassure the public here in the surrounding that they have taken care of the situation, making sure that there will be no leakage. But speaking of the facilities like in Bushehr, I think there could be different levels of, you know, consequences. One is the leakage. If there is any breach from the reactor, it would not recognize borders, so that will not be limited to Iran but to neighboring states. And I think the second aspect is that the precedent that this is setting, that it is normalizing attacks and strikes against peaceful nuclear facilities. Today, it's about Iran. Tomorrow, it can be subject to other countries. And last but not least, that Iran has warned that it will reciprocate under the Article 59 of the UN Charter, meaning that it can also initiate attacks against nuclear facilities in Israel, like the Mona. So this could have a, let's say, regional catastrophe if, in case this happens and the other party intends to somehow create a scenario whereby there could be a serious damages or consequences of the ongoing strikes.
And Alicia, that could be the problem, couldn't it? Because escalation has continued in this war for now over a month. Iran did fire at central Israel near Dimona, which is where Israel has its not-so-secret nuclear program in the middle of March. And as Tariq says, the other part of the puzzle is in the United Arab Emirates, where there is the biggest nuclear facility in the Middle East, built just in the last few years at Barakah.
Absolutely. This really speaks to the wider concerns in the region. Of course, in the immediate term, all attacks near nuclear facilities must be halted and widely condemned by the international community. But there also needs to be a step towards broader peace and security, at least where it concerns nuclear facilities in the region. And there we really need to make use of existing international treaties. There's the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Both of these seek to constrain nuclear behavior. Iran is a party to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel is not, although, as you mentioned, it's widely acknowledged by experts that Israel does possess nuclear weapons. And neither have currently joined the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which bans all nuclear weapons activities. As we've said before, military strikes are completely ineffective to work towards non-proliferation and certainly towards broader peace and security in the region. And it's really essential that all countries in the region and internationally join these international treaties and work towards total nuclear disarmament.
So, Tariq, given the risks that are there and that you have laid out and Alicia's laid out in terms of what this could do, what do you make of this constant escalation and also the language we're hearing, including from the President of the United States saying he's going to bomb or could bomb Iran back to the Stone Age?
Well, unfortunately, we seem to be living in a lawless nuclear age where there is no impunity to attacks. Civilians have been targeted remorselessly in Gaza, in Lebanon, now in Iran. Coming back to the Dimona reactor, this is a 60-year-old reactor, and the nuclear safety establishment of Israel itself has pointed out that the containment dome of Dimona is severely weakened, and it's much more susceptible to a catastrophic collapse were it to be hit by a projectile launched by one of Israel's enemies. So I would think that that ought to be sufficient deterrence for Israel, at least, to withhold attacking nuclear facilities in Iran.
Okay, Abbas, if I could bring in Abbas very quickly at the end. Abbas, you have had bombardment for more than a month going on. You are constantly living with bombs falling. Given that, I mean, the nuclear dimension, are people worried about that, or do they not have time to worry about anything more than they're facing right now?
James, from where I'm speaking to you, people are experiencing, daily basis, bombardments, and this is somehow considered an immediate threat to them that is, getting their attention. However, the nuclear aspect also could be much more visible, or the concerns in areas like in Bushehr, or areas or neighborhoods close to the Tehran research reactor. But I think the explosions heard on a daily basis are getting more attention than the nuclear aspect. And let's not forget that the discussion we had, this is not just about the nuclear issue, it is about targeting Iranian energy infrastructure. Two powers holding lots of nuclear warheads and weapons are targeting civilian peaceful nuclear facilities in a country who's a party to non-proliferation treaty. And this is something which is being in a bigger context where Iran is seeing that the cumulative trend of targeting Iranian infrastructure when it comes to industry, to science, health, as well as energy has been rising. And this is part of the efforts in order to make the governance very difficult for the government the day after and when this conflict ends.
Thank you very much, Abbas Aslani, also to Tariq Rauf and Alicia Sander-Zakre. If you missed any of today's discussion, remember you can always find all of our programs on our website, available to you whenever you want, aljazeera.com. We'd also like to hear your thoughts and ideas. Go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or use X. There, look for @AJ Inside Story. That's it from me, James Bays, and all the team. Until next time, stay tuned. Al Jazeera's comprehensive coverage continues in just a moment.
We saw this exact same pattern happen in Gaza, the same lazy, flattened reporting that we saw in Gaza when it comes to the war on Iran.
The Listening Post decodes the media on Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Neve Barker. This is Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the war between the US, Israel and Iran, coming up this hour. Donald Trump warns a whole civilization could die unless Iran reaches a deal. But the US Vice President says Tehran still has a chance.
The military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians.
The US and Israel carry out a wave of strikes on Iran, targeting bridges, railways, and its oil export hub on Karg Island. Qatar calls for a diplomatic solution to the conflict before it spirals out of control.
I'm Jonah Hull in London. We're looking at the fossil fuel price shock triggered by the Iran conflict. Could it help fast-track the uptake of renewable energy?
Good to have you. A whole civilization will die tonight unless an agreement is reached to end the war. That's the warning from US President Donald Trump to Iran. Tehran remains defiant, declaring that restraint is over. It's vowed to retaliate against US targets, its partners, and disrupt oil and gas supplies for years to come. As the deadline looms for Tehran to agree on a deal, the US and Israel have launched an extensive bombing campaign. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel destroyed dozens of aircraft on Tuesday and struck railway lines and bridges used by the Revolutionary Guards.
The strategic island of Karg has also been targeted. It's been described as the beating heart of Iran's oil empire. The US says the strikes hit military installations on the island. Qatar is warning there are no winners in this war. The foreign ministry says that the region has reached a point where things could spiral out of control.
We have been warning since 2023 that escalation left unchecked will get us into a situation where it cannot be controlled. And we are very close to that point. And this is why we have been urging all parties to find a resolution out of this, to find a way of ending this war before it spirals out of control. Right now, I don't think Qatar can offer any answers to your questions. The only thing we can do is to say that all of us in the region have always had a very clear position around this. The infractions on our sovereignty by Iran cannot be explained or justified in any way. The continuation of this war in this way will only mean more costs for the people of the region, for the international peace and security, for international economy, for international energy markets. And there are no winners in the continuation of this war. There are only losers, and the net of losers is expanding every day as a result of the ramifications of the economic situation.
Well, as you can see, we're live at the United Nations, Dubai, Tehran, and the White House, Washington, D.C. That's where we begin with our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. And Kimberly, let's take a look at Donald Trump's truth social warning before we proceed. A whole civilization will die tonight, a threat to Iran, unless it reaches a deal on reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But the US president added that something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, before his deadline of 00 GMT on Wednesday. Kimberly, so is the mindset of the US president, the US commander-in-chief, has it been made up, or do we see any kind of room to maneuver right now?
Well, it appears that there is an air of inevitability in the U.S. president's post. And speaking to a military expert in just the last couple of hours, one thing that I did learn that is troubling is the fact that if the U.S. president intends to take action immediately at 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. time, as he suggested he would, given the fact that he on Monday said by midnight D.C. time, the mission would be accomplished, allegedly to wipe out an entire civilization. That means the decision has essentially already been made, because in order to carry out such military strikes, you would need to already be putting that into the works into the hours previous to 8 p.m. So it appears that the U.S. president may be, with this post, presenting the option that this is inevitable. Now, the U.S. president in his post did say he doesn't want that to happen, but it probably will, is just further reinforcement of this concerning fact that the decision may already be made, and he's essentially just preparing the world for what will happen next. Now, in the midst of all of this, we have been reporting that there has been discussion to try and avert further escalation in the form of discussions through intermediaries. And the latest update on that has come from the Vice President, J.D. Vance. Take a listen.
The military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians.
Let's get the view in Tehran. Bring in Ali Hashim. So, Ali, the suggestion from the United States is that the ball's in Iran's court. Given attacks appear to have already begun on Iranian infrastructure, what do we assume Iran's thinking is right now?
Well, given the fact that we are witnessing several attacks inside Tehran, outside Tehran, on bridges that are connecting cities and provinces together, power plants. Also, we're hearing of human chains now forming around some Iranian power plants, especially towards the south. We heard of one in Ahwaz now. Also, the impact of these attacks, alongside with Donald Trump's threats, are creating a situation of resilience within the Iranian government. This is what we understood. They said they're not going to continue communication for now, as far as the threat is in this way, as far as there are no options. The fact is that the gaps are very big, and these gaps do not seem to be possible to bridge with the current status quo, with the current situation, with what the Iranians are ready to offer and what the Americans are asking for. And we have also to take into consideration the Israeli factor here, because the Israeli factor is pushing more and more for the American position to be hardened and hardened, while the Iranians are dealing with a situation where they're being asked to surrender or to fight. Now, what we heard today from Hamad Bakr Khalibaf, the Speaker of the Parliament, is that whoever threatens Iran, whoever raises the finger against Iran, his finger will be cut. Now, aside from the rhetoric, the Iranian armed forces said that they are retaliating symmetrically to whatever attack is going to target their own power, the Iranian power plants and the Iranian infrastructure. What we are expecting for now is more escalation. Now, we don't know what might happen from now till the end of the day. I heard what Kimberly was saying about how things might go from Tehran. Seriously, the situation is waiting and waiting. All of us are waiting.
Thanks, Ali. Let's go back to Kimberly Halkett at the White House. And Kimberly, how receptive is the US to all the concerns coming from the GCC at the moment, who continue to be struck by Iranian retaliatory attacks, and also, of course, those involved in mediation efforts?
Well, what we know is that there is not just alarm over the latest escalation of rhetoric, even by Donald Trump's standards, internationally. It's also here in the United States. What this is kind of perplexing in many ways, as well as alarming, because we know that if Donald Trump carries out the threats as he's suggesting, it would destroy energy markets, it would destroy chemical markets, and the ripple effect would be that it would hurt not just overseas, but also ordinary Americans who are already reeling with the spike in energy prices. So there is a sense of inevitability, but also a sense of disbelief that the U.S. president is behaving this way and allowed to unchecked. And so that's why we're seeing not just ordinary Americans amongst themselves expressing alarm, but also lawmakers expressing alarm. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former congresswoman, putting on social media, "We cannot kill an entire civilization. This is evil and madness." The top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, in the U.S. Senate, saying that Donald Trump's post is the reflection of a sick person, and that Republicans that refuse to vote to stop this war will own every consequence of whatever the hell this is. It's clear that there is alarm that things have progressed to this level.
Kimberly Halkett at the White House, thank you. Zain Basravi's live for us in Dubai. Zain, just building on everything we've heard there from Kimberly, we've had these warnings from Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson that the conflict's spiralling out of control. Is there a sense now, an inevitable sense, that the region feels that it's become something of a bystander in all of this?
It's not, I wouldn't call it a bystander. I would call it smack dab in the middle of this conflict, geographically, politically, economically, strategically. The GCC countries have been trying to stop this war from happening in the first place, and throughout the process have been forced into becoming unwilling participants, unwilling recipients of escalating violence by the United States, by Israel, escalating retaliation by Iran. And the calls for dialogue have been dwindling, getting quieter, harder to hear over the sounds of bombs and interceptions and missile defense systems that have been brought to bear. Now, what we've been hearing consistently from them hasn't changed since day one of this war. Stop the fighting, stop the shooting, return to dialogue. I'm going to read to you again what Majid al-Ansari, the foreign ministry spokesman of Qatar, said. We've been warning since 2023. That's a significant year. He's talking about the Israeli genocide in Gaza. He's talking about the Palestinian conflict, intrinsically linked to the instability we are seeing across the Middle East now. That escalation left unchecked will get us into a situation where it cannot be controlled, and we are very close to that point. He went on to say this is why we've been urging all parties to find a resolution, to find a way of ending this war before it's too late. Now, he says we are still at a threshold of all these challenges. We hope that we can remain there and we're able to walk back from there to a more safe environment. But obviously, we are quite concerned with all that is happening right now. Remarkable diplomatic language, as remarkable that it is so restrained, considering the remarkable comments coming from US President Donald Trump about wiping out an entire civilization. The GCC countries have squarely been stuck between two equally maximalist, two equally stubborn sides here. Iran on the one side, unflinchingly retaliating, US and Israel on the other, unwaveringly hegemonic in their approach to bringing yet another war to the doorsteps of the Middle East. And looking at what US President Donald Trump is saying, what that's being met with is continued Iranian resolve. And this is the kind of language that the GCC countries are having to deal with. Iran's IRGC saying it will respond outside the region and deprive the United States and its allies of oil and gas for many years if the US crosses red lines and attacks civilian facilities. Well, the US is committed to doing so, and Iran is committed to retaliating. And meanwhile, the GCC is left having to bear the brunt of being caught in the middle of this conflict, quite literally.
Okay, Zain, thank you very much for joining us there in Dubai. Zain Basrawi. Okay, well, for more on these latest developments, I'm joined by Paul Musgrave, an associate professor at Georgetown University in Qatar and a US foreign policy analyst. And joining me here in the studio is our senior correspondent, Osama bin Javaid, on what Pakistan is saying. Osama, let me come to you first, because obviously as this deadline looms, and given the fact that we've already seen the infrastructure being struck in Tehran, there is hope of some kind of mediation process, although it's very, very difficult right now to find out what's going on, to get a sense. Can you guide us through what we do know? Give us the bare bones.
Well, right after this tweet by President Trump, I spoke to an official in Pakistan who told me that until a few hours ago, there was hope of something concrete on the table. The Pakistanis were hopeful that things are heading in a direction where there could be a de-escalation. But what has happened, as this official described to me, is four things in quick succession. The first one was the Israeli strike on Iranian railways. Then there was an attack in Istanbul on an Iranian consulate. Then comes the attack on Saudi facilities. And then there is the tweet by President Trump. According to Pakistanis, essentially there are detractors in both camps, within the IRGC, in Iran, and obviously in the United States, about not allowing any prospects of peace. And then this source told me that the biggest detractor of all is Israel. Israel does not want the United States to come out of this war. Israel only wants an escalation, a perpetual war within inevitably the region gets involved and there's infighting. What you're also seeing from the Pakistanis in the last few minutes is a phone call by the Pakistani Prime Minister to Mohammed bin Salman, the Saudi Crown Prince, essentially talking about de-escalation, because their fear is that if this happens, then the region could retaliate. If the region retaliates, then their allies of the region could be dragged into this as well. And it is a chain reaction of horrific aftermath that people are not willing to even look into right now. But this threat is a very real threat. It is coming from the man who holds all the keys to all the military arsenal of the United States, the man who is sort of the leader of the free world, and his threats are being taken very seriously, not just by Pakistan, but all regional countries, including Turkey, Egypt, and all the regional countries in the Middle East.
Thanks for that, Osama. Let's bring in Paul Musgrave. A whole civilization will die tonight. I mean, those words couldn't be any more stark, could they, at this incredibly critical moment in time? And he ends that statement on Truth Social with, "God bless the people of Iran." He seems to be giving with one hand and taking with the other. How the heck do we navigate through these twin positions right now?
You've got it exactly right. This is a message that contains both the worst possible wish that any nuclear-armed leader could send to another country, and yet it's also one that is strangely optimistic or caring about the people of Iran. For me, I have a couple of different interpretations. One is simply that President Trump thinks that civilization and regime might be something close to synonyms. He doesn't have people proofread or edit his truths when he sends them out, so we get the raw, unfiltered Donald Trump, who is frankly great at coining quips, but not necessarily a master of the English language. Another idea is simply that he wants to be at the center of attention, and he is driving the events, the narrative, everything in a way that he believes will keep attention on him so that he can swoop in and rescue the day. But if you're a leader in Tehran or around the region or indeed around the world, you have to go with the blunt meaning that's being portrayed here. And attempts by, say, Vice President J.D. Vance to say that the United States has fulfilled many of its objectives and the next steps are up to the Iranian government, those soften or modify the tone and the message here. But, after Sunday's truth, where he called on the Iranians, I don't think I can say it on air, to open the straight. We are now seeing a president who makes really wild, unfiltered threats. And if you're on the other side of a negotiating table, I just don't know how you can reach an accommodation in a way that President Trump will accept. But on the other hand, President Trump might just walk back from the abyss himself, or he might send us all over it. This is just such an uncertain time.
Deeply uncertain. Well, I'd like to get the view from the other side of the negotiating table. Let's bring in Abbas Aslani. He's a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. He's with us in Tehran. Welcome to the conversation, Abbas. So the White House has threatened the complete decimation, as we've been saying, of Iran's key infrastructure, both energy, bridges, the list goes on. Is the leadership in Tehran truly prepared to see the country's civilian life collapse, all because of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I think when tomorrow we wake up in the morning, neither we will see a negotiation die, nor there will be an agreement. I mean, likely or most likely. What can happen and could be probable is another extension of the deadline or escalation. And the things that have been folding from the US side doesn't seem to be the case here in Tehran. They do not care that much about the ultimatum. They keep the same course they have done, so far from the onset of the aggression, because, one step back could, encourage the United States to take further against Iran. So that's why Iran is not in a defensive mode, but offensive. And when you look at the terms that was set by the United States and the one plan that was, proposed by Iran, we see a huge gap. They want a surrender. Iran wants new realities on the ground to be recognized. Iran thinks that a new Strait of Hormuz has been born, and the situation and the status quo is not the same as before. So that's why I think reaching an agreement will not be that much likely. And also, Trump, who is used to making, exaggerations about, a civilization dying, is I think also another point that he might be referring to a likely escalation at the most.
Okay.
And this is something I think could be another day as it has been before from the beginning of the conflict.
Okay, so you don't think this is going to make a huge difference at all? You think this is political posturing, dangerous albeit? Let's bring in Osama. You wanted to respond?
Well, I think what is missing from the conversation is actually what is at stake. We've been reporting on these truth socials for so long that we need to take a step back and see what is at stake here. The United States has threatened to hit all the bridges, all electricity generation power plants, including nuclear sites, everything that is to do with water that could be hit in Iran. What Iran has promised in retaliation is essentially wiping out power structures, desalination plants, something that millions and millions of people, you're talking about in total 170 million plus people in this region at the behest of a Truth Social post. So there is tremendous human capacity, human lives at stake here. And it is not for, I think what we have realized in the last 6 weeks is that both sides have the capability to inflict this damage. They're showing restraint. That does not mean that they will not go over the edge. And if they do, it is not like taking out a railway line or a police station or a building. You're talking about infrastructure that takes decades to build. It will take years to come back online. What we're hearing from Tehran is all of the attacks that have happened in Mashahar or even in Salayat yesterday will take years to rebuild. You're hearing from the Qataris. The last attack on Ras Laffan could take up to 5 years, over $120 billion in damage. So there is tremendous stakes here in terms of human lives, in terms of what happens to this region. And I think this is a threat that cannot be just brushed aside as political posturing, as you're hearing from the Qatari Foreign Ministry and other voices in the region.
Yes, extraordinary level of highly critical brinkmanship all around. I'm afraid we've run out of time, but a pleasure having all three of you, Paul Musgrave, Abbas Aslani, and Sama bin Jubaid. Now, the United Nations Security Council is meeting to vote on a resolution to protect the Strait of Hormuz. Bahrain proposed the draft text, which calls on states to coordinate efforts to ensure security along the crucial shipping route. Let's speak to Gabriel Elizondo, who joins us from the United Nations headquarters in New York. And Gabriel, so what exactly does this draft resolution on the Strait of Hormuz seek to ultimately establish?
Yeah, this is a draft resolution that's quite frankly been very contentious. It's